Has to have my mic on. Hello, world. Welcome to Snap Together Sunday at this point. In my time zone, it is now Sunday.
Welcome to Snap Together.
Turn off that.
Sunday at this point.
There we go. Okay, anyway. Welcome to Snap Together Sunday, or Saturday, depending on your time zone, or whatever day of the week it is where you live. Tonight I am building Minipla Shugod Gattai Series 01 King Ohger. You'll see
Fernando Camacho. Echo.
Yeah, I know. I got that taken care of, or should have. King Ohger. Of course, my light's behind me, so I can't get a good shot of the box in the light. I should get some actual lighting for this table. Anyway, King Ohger. Here's a picture on the back of it posing all epic-like. There'll be pictures when I do my gallery. I'll post better pictures of the box. You can find the box online as well. Not much to say there. Deluxe, or the King Ohger the Mecha, is the robot from the 47th Super Sentai series. Sama Sentai King Ohger, airing currently. It is comprised of a record-setting 10 Shugods, the Zords basically. 5 are, five for one for each member, and then 5 little small ones that form accoutrements. So in order we have God Kuwagata, and God Tento, God Papillon, God Kumo, God Kamakiri, God Ant, another God Tento, God Tonbo, another God Kumo, and God Hachi. And half of that was off screen, I think. Anyway, so the smaller ones just form armor or parts of the weapons. The bigger ones form the actual core of the robot. You can make a decent looking robot without the smaller Shugods, but they help complete the look. It is certainly a record for the first robot.
Fernando Camacho. Hachi owner is the best.
Gonna have to disagree with you there. I'm very biased towards purple just in general. It's my favorite color. And Rita is catching my attention this season. Anyway. I was talking about the number of Zords. We've been lucky to get to 10 in a final Gattai before. I believe, let's see. Ohger's final Gattai was 12. Shinkenja's was 11. Technically, Ohger's was 10. There's that whole, counting deal. But here we're just starting with 10. Of course, leaks of the final Gattai have come out. It's going to be 20 components altogether. 2 or 3 more small ones, some weapons, Zords, and aside from the ones we know already, and then Kumano Spider Kumanos's Zord, and there's one other big one. Oh, the final one. Right, the Heracles. No, is it Hercules? No, it's not a Hercules beetle. Caucasus Castle is going to be the big final mecha. So, spoilers. You can probably tell already just from seeing it in the show that castle in the Red Kingdom is a mecha. But yeah, that's going to be our third quarter giant mecha to go that will complete the set. Anyway, enough talking. Let's get on with the build. I was initially going to save this till next week or something because I wanted to paint the silver pieces, but I popped open the box. I was like, this silver on the silver plastic, gray plastic, is actually a good enough color already. I can work with it. I don't need to paint it. It's already shiny enough. I'm fine with that. So I'm going to go ahead and build tonight. I have already opened the first box. Let me show you what they look like. Laptop back. Knock my knife off the table. I don't really need a knife for this, but okay. So there's the interior of the package. Boxes 1 through 6. 1 is already removed. They look like this. Same images on the front of the main box, just rearranged. The King Ohger's there. Tells you what's in each box. There's a lineup. There's a nice picture of it standing, and a preview of what's coming up next. Set 2, which contains God Kabuto, God Scorpion, Sasori, and God Bata, or is it just God Hopper, I think? I don't know if they're using the Japanese name or not. Anyway, probably ought to order that soon. I was kind of on the fence about it. But anyway, I've already opened this box, so let's just get into it. You get the following sprues. This is D. No, this is C. Take the keyboard off the top. Yeah, switch to tablet mode. Here's what's inside. You get 4 frames. Little thing of stickers, which I will not be using probably, except maybe this one on the back. Promo for the other Shokugan stuff. The Narikiri roleplay sword. King Ohger, of course. The upcoming set. Listen, this is the deluxe set. This is all deluxe stuff. I lied. Then here's the ad for Minipla Legend Shugod set coming in June 19th. Rokugatsu Jukyu, whatever. Getsu Yobi Hatsubai for sale. Alright. So, let me input this. As always,
Fernando Camacho. Scorpy, yeah, we all love you.
As always, the instructions are printed on the inside of the box, so you're going to have to tear it open. It's a shame, but what can you do? Oh, also for reference, I've got Don Oni Taijin here. I'll be comparing it later and seeing if you can make the combined head. Alright. And for entertainment, what do I want to throw on? Dinobot should not combine. Oh, that's a hot take. I don't necessarily disagree with that.
Before we begin, thank you very much to F. Fonseco for joining my Patreon
Fernando
campaign.
Camacho.
Very appreciated. Thank you.
Don Onitagen, the best in the galaxy.
You're damn right he is. Let me adjust what's playing. I can't get it to find whatever. Just gonna do what I was gonna do anyway. Need my keyboard for this, which I just put away. I'm trying to show you what I'm watching while I'm watching, so that you're not just listening to what I'm playing. But let me. Where's my mouse? Yeah, sure. Switch back to, and then. Oh, it's because I'm duh. Cameras, Chrome. There we go. That's better. Put this on this side. Okay.
you very much for the support. Thank you all for the amazing support you've been doing this year. Yeah, it's going to be 3 months consecutively. I've not been able to do a normal intro. My old intro is now
10 and 13.
collecting dust somewhere off to the side, and I know not when I will get to break it out again, but it's not a bad problem to have. Okay, so I warned you I had things to promote, so I'll be very quick about it, but this is really super cool and really important to me. Alright, so I mentioned before that I've got a D&D campaign that's going to be live streamed, so you can see it every single week. Well, the teasers are starting to come up. Look at this, look at this. So, this will be happening on a different Twitch channel than mine. There'll be Gob the Goblin, Gob_the_Goblin, live D&D, 9 p.m. Eastern, so you can get an hour of us in before you jump over to Critical Role. So we're basically your warm-up show. But the archives will also be available online on YouTube, so you'll be able to see us still. And that is my character being teased there on the left. Now that's, you get to wonder who exactly that's going to turn out to be. I'm super excited. It's a type of character I've never played before. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. The group is super cool. I'm really, really excited to actually play this game with them. And yeah, I'm super hyped for that. So stay tuned. Like, I really want people to check it out. But on to the topic of the day. And I don't even know how much leg this topic has, but it's one of those little pet peeve things that I kind of want to talk about today. Just to kind of get it out of my system and just get it out there. Maybe this is a hot take video. Maybe this is an editorial. Maybe this is a TED Talk style video. I don't care. This is just me going off on a random topic that I kind of need to get something off my chest about. So, we're talking Dinobots today. For the most part, I think everyone likes the Dinobots in one iteration or another. It's one of the cooler teams in Transformers. I mean, for starters, it's the original sub-faction. Before any combiners, there were the Dinobots. And yeah, of course, we love our robots here on this channel, but most everyone likes dinosaurs too. So when you put the two together, you had basically the perfect toy for an 80s kid. And then Jurassic Park came out, and you had Dinobot becoming a perfect toy for a 90s kid. So, of course, dinosaurs are always a thing, and robots are always a thing. So putting the two together, amazing. You know, Takara hit on it for their Diaclones. We brought it over here, and it was a huge hit, so we love our Dinobots. Now, the trick to the Dinobots is, they came out before combiners were a thing. And as Transformers grew, and as it went on, even in year 1 of Transformers, we just kind of became accustomed to groups of Transformers being able to become a combiner, because it just seemed to be the thing to always do. Obviously, we have a lot of intentional ones throughout the years, teams of 6 or 5 that were designed to be combiners, and then you have others adapted into combiners as well. You've got 3-part combiners, 4-part combiners, you've got Micromaster combiners, you've got Soundwave has cassettes that combine. It's always about the combination, you know? And it kind of makes everyone look back at the Dinobots and go, well, why not? Why not a Dinobot combiner? Now, these days, we have a lot of answers for that question. However, for most of the existence of Transformers, it was just kind of left up in the air, and everyone just kind of did, just kind of like fan-moded it in their heads. What would a Dinobot combiner be? Now, obviously, originally, there was no plan for this. The Dinobots were just their own thing, and they, as a thing, are really unique amongst Transformers, especially back then. It was the tagline of the toy line was robots in disguise, right? One of the two taglines. Well, what kind of hiding are you doing when you're a gigantic steel gray and gold Tyrannosaurus? It's not really going to fit in downtown Manhattan or anything, you know? So, this was a very different thing. So, the show always explained it, and the comics kind of do too, that it is a specialist team. They are frontline fighters. They are the tanks. They are the, if you're playing D&D, they're the barbarians of the group. They're there to soak damage and do damage. And that's exactly what Dinobots do, and they're very, very good at it. Now, for me, that was always the cool part about Dinobots. That was always the cool thing to me. But apparently that wasn't enough Apparently that wasn't enough because we needed to continue this. We needed to continue this. So, what else? What else do we have? If we're going to talk about, Dinobots, there's the first attempt at combining the Dinobots, which is the one nobody likes to talk about. So this was from a comic book that was post-Dreamwave, pre-IDW, and this real little nexus in between where just random one-off comics got created. I believe it was Metrodome. It was a company that was producing Transformer DVDs at the time that ended up creating a comic book that packed in with, I think it's season 3 and 4. I might be mistaken. It's been a long time since I looked it up. Point being, there's a one-off comic book where the Dinobots were forced to meld together into the Beast, as it was called. It is not an intentional combination. If you remember the old Marvel G1, this is far more akin to Megatron and Ratchet being forced to merge together by accident. Except this was to create an intentional killing machine. It is supposed to look horrific, it is supposed to be a nightmare, and literally nobody liked it. I mean, I'm sure there's somebody out there who liked this idea of like a super twisted version of like a Dinobot combiner. But this is also like a really sad. The story itself comes to like a really sad conclusion because they just kind of kill the Dinobots off. They don't have any way of separating them. So yeah, it's a pretty dismal story with a depiction of the Dinobots literally nobody wanted outside of the fact that yes, it's the first time the Dinobots got to combine. But it's one of those things that just kind of fueled it. It was always a, what if they combined? And now the question became, well, what if they combined but it didn't suck? Right? So, the first real attempt, the first time we can actually call it a Dinobot combiner was during Power Core Combiners, and this was Brimstone. Kind of a offbeat set of Dinobots. It's, okay, so you got a Styracosaur, you've got 4 drones based on other dinosaurs, and things that aren't technically dinosaurs. A Dimetrodon is not technically a dinosaur. So, caveats, right? The point being, this is the first time we actually got to see what it would be like. It's the first time we actually got some idea of what it could be, and to see all these unified colors combining into a robot. And people will often tell me, oh, but that's the good toy out of Power Core Combiners. And I tend to disagree. Brimstone himself is a pretty limited toy because of all the stuff he has to do to create the combined mode. And while the overall look is good, I mean, it still suffers from the same problems of the automorph gimmick on all the limbs. And now you also have beast limbs kind of strewn about the combiner, messing things up even more. It's still, as typical of a Power Core Combiner. It just happens to look nicer because the color scheme is unified. For me, it's just not a great toy, like anything in Power Core Combiner. And as the first toy of combining Dinobots, it really was not great. It really wasn't great, especially because it wasn't what we really wanted. It was Hasbro experimenting with an idea. It took a while before they came through with it for real. These days we have Volcanicus. Thanks to Power of the Primes, we have an official Dinobot combiner. I say official because I'm sure there were knockoffs at some point of the Dinobots that you could lump together, or dinosaur-esque toys that combine. There's always those. They're all over Amazon. However, this was the first time we got it officially, and it is the main 5 Dinobots. So, I've never been a fan of this one either. So, the toys themselves are okay. Grimlock's a little bit weird in proportion because he has to be the torso. But for me, this set just felt, I don't know, like it lacks what I really like in my Dinobots. Because everyone had to be a small deluxe, you're losing a lot of the bulk and power you normally get from a Dinobot on the individual bots. And then you get to Volcanicus in the combined mode, and he's got this super skinny waist, very small torso, but massive shoulders, sticking his arms way out. Now, again, because it's a unified color scheme, it looks better.
Two
Man,
goes
the
here. Okay.
proportions are so off. Like, it's not what I think of when I think Dinobot. I think big, hulking masses of muscle. Or metal, in this case. I don't think scrawny waist, gigantic, like, Mega Man legs, and these super wide, like,
Alright, one
not
done.
even shoulders. They're like shoulder extensions. I don't know. It just never looked good to me. And like if anything, it kind of started proving like in my own head that this really shouldn't be a thing. This is not something we should be going for. Now, I say this fully knowing that there is a brand new Volcanicus coming out at the core class size, where the proportions are far better, partially because we've introduced a 6th Dinobot into the mix. I, as an Ankylosaurus guy, I am so looking forward to Scar, even if he's going to be a tiny little thing hampered by his ability to combine. I don't care. I want a Dinobot Ankylosaurus. I'm happy that Hasbro knows that there are fans wanting a full-size one. It's fun. I mean, adding to the Dinobots is a lot of fun. I think there's plenty of room there. You can have a whole B team of extra Dinobots that are just like, extra designs or different dinosaurs we never got. That's where Slash comes in. That's where Scar would obviously come in. And yes, there's a Dinobot named Paddles out there, where yes, you could throw them in too. Just to say, just as an example. It does look like it's going to be better, but the individual bots are heavily compromised in order to make this work, especially for Sludge here. It's going to be a weird one, but at the very least, it's going to look nicer when it's done. I guess that's my takeaway right now. But it's still not. Like if they did it a larger size, yeah, fine. But at the core class, it's just going to be a nice little desk figure, right? So it's getting closer, but it's still just not there. And for me personally, I don't think it's ever going to be there. Like, the core class gives me a little bit of hope, but honestly, I've always been of the mindset that Dinobots don't have to combine, and that they are cooler because they don't combine. I don't understand the obsession with, like, when we get more than 2 Transformers together as a group, you're gonna have people in the fandom going, they need to combine. No, they don't. Not all of them do. The Autobot triplets from, the Autobot brothers from RID, I don't need to see a combiner of them, right? I don't. The Spy Changers, I don't need to see a 6-piece combiner of them. It's fine. It's whatever. I don't need to see a Throttlebot combiner, even though there is one thanks to third party. Sometimes teams just need to be teams, and combiners need to be more special. You don't have to make every single thing combine. I'm also looking at the DJD and third party, by the way. They don't need to combine. They're cooler in individual units. They don't gain anything by combining. You can do it with Stunticons fine, because Stunticons were always like generic characters on their own. And then, you put them together because, they kind of need that boost. They're kind of treated like G1 combiners on Decepticon side are all kind of treated like Team Rocket. They've always got a scheme, but they're going to get blown up at the end of the episode. So it's not like they're very effective. They're definitely not effective on their own. For me, the Dinobots were always at their coolest when they were going up against combiners and larger enemies when they didn't have the ability to combine themselves. In Season 1, they were the default answer to Devastator for the Transformers, until, like, Omega Supreme needed to be on screen to sell a toy. And even in the movie, in the 86 movie, the first real threat to Devastator during that whole fight is the Dinobots. They didn't fare great, but they fared better than everything else that they threw at Devastator. So that was always the coolest thing to me. The Dinobots were such a powerful group that they could stand up to extremely powerful and overwhelming foes and hold their ground and even win. because they're just that powerful, because they're just that good at what they do. And that's been their traditional depiction for most of media. It's how they were in a lot of the comic books. You know, they're always this kind of loner team that rolls in when they feel like, and they just stomp the battlefield. That's awesome! Why would you fuck that up by going, okay, well now we need to combine and do it more?
17, 14,
you know,
4.
The Dinobots should be beyond that. They should be above that. They shouldn't need to combine to win a fight. No, they should just be the fight. They should just be in there, because that's when they look the best. The one time I looked at a set of Dinobots that could combine, and I actually thought to myself, this actually works for me, was going to be in Cyberverse. And that's because the Dinobots have a very different depiction in Cyberverse. Grimlock is not this, like, overwhelming force amongst the Autobots. He is just kind of an Autobot himself, you know? He's a smarter, more world-traveled character. He's more sophisticated, at least in robot mode. And while, yes, he's depicted as powerful in T-Rex mode, it's not to the point where he's taking on gigantic foes solo. There's limits to the Dinobots in Cyberverse. Especially when we find out, later on that, they're mostly dinosaurs because they're fanboys of Grimlock, or fangirl in Swoop's case. And beyond that, they just kind of have their own thing going on. None of them seem particularly, powerful. With the exception of maybe Swoop for being so freaking smart. I love Girl Swoop. So, yeah, like, this is the one time where it felt correct. It felt right for them to actually combine into, like, their own combiner, because it felt like they needed it. Especially when they need to work together when they're so separate from each other.
Watch Cyberverse.
It works. It works, and there's almost like a like a team building story to it. It's a shame. Part of this preference is probably because they don't have a toy that looks horrendous. They have one toy of Volcanicus from Cyberverse. It doesn't separate into Dinobots, and it just kind of turns into this, like, quadruped dragon thing that looks terrible. But but at the very least, they're not compromised in proportions, because they had to make a bunch of dinosaurs mixed together. At least they got that going. So that's kind of where I stand here. This has just been a thing in the fandom for such a long time. Everyone just gets so freaked out that Dinobots need to combine. I'm like, no, they're cooler the way they are. When you look at, like, other combiner teams, like, they don't need to be that. Like, there is something special about the Dinobots. It's not like the Combaticons where you have like divergent personalities like Swindle, who's like nothing like the others and will freely rat them out. The Aerial Bots have members who have dissension amongst them. You have, even like the Technobots have squabbles sometimes. The Dinobots are the one team that is just solidly unified, probably because of their simple logic in mind, but it becomes such a thing. It's stated, like, if you face one Dinobot, you face them all. Because they are such a tight-knit group without having the whole combination thing, that it just works. And I think, above all, like, that's where they should be. That's how a Dinobot should be depicted. A powerful team that never separates, even though they never combine. That's a Dinobot for me. So, that's just my whole rant. I just felt like talking about the whole Dinobot combiner thing today. I don't know why it sprung to my head today, it just did. And, yeah. Don't know if anyone agrees with me out there. I'm sure some do, and I'm sure others love Volcanicus for whatever reason. Let me know in the comments below where you stand on Dinobots being able to stand as one robot. And yeah, just another random video from me. I will see you next time. Guys, I am facing the most powerful enemy any YouTuber can face, the algorithm, and I need your help to defeat him. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and leave a comment. Every time you do, we attack that algorithm and we drive it back until it can no longer defeat this channel. Thank you very much.
11 and 4. 10, 6, 11, 4.
Fernando Camacho.
With over 20,000 individual card designs.
Kuwagara, God, Kuwagara. Yep, he's coming together. Very intricate. 6, 10, 11, 4. Okay.
With over 20,000 individual card designs used by over 10 million active players, having sold over 20 billion cards worldwide since it debuted almost 30 years ago, it's a game unlike any other except for the ones it inspired, the ones that exist in the now billion-dollar industry of the collectible card game market that it helped create. Hi, I'm Dan Larson, and this is the history of Magic the Gathering.
Fernando Camacho. I also repaint them before, so usually the whole process take me like 1 week average.
Yeah, I tend to see what needs to be done. If there's extreme painting that needs to be done, then I'll do it before. But like, for the most part, I'll build them and then see what needs to be painted, and then take that off and paint it, or paint as I go, like I did last week. Not a fan of how tight that is. Is that the joint that's been breaking? That might be the joint that's been breaking.
This video is about Magic the Gathering, but it is not about how to play Magic the Gathering. Additionally, it contains no information about Ajani, Ravnica, Davriel Kane, Innistrad, or Sarah Angel, or anything related to the characters of the narrative or the mythology that runs throughout. That looked like I knew what I was talking about. It's about Magic the Gathering, a collectible card game published by Wizards of the Coast for the first time in 1993 with 295 different cards, a system of rules, and just enough hints of a story to ignite the imaginations of players all over the world. It established a model for what collectible card games are, the diverse community they can appeal to, and just how big a business they can be. It's a game with a very low barrier of entry. Once you understand the rules and the progression of gameplay, all you need is a properly built deck and someone to play against. Today you can buy a pre-made starter set with 2 decks for under $20. With over 20,000 unique cards, half the fun is playing the game, the other half is in collecting and building your own custom deck. That includes the kind of spells and effects that you think work best tactically, but also a deck that reflects your personality and character in the world of the game. What kind of wizard are you? Just keep in mind that Magic is a business, and most of the really good cards aren't free. Expect to buy boosters and supplements and expansions, and understand that it's a constantly evolving game, and you will want to keep up with the new stuff, and that will cost you money. But even if you can't drop $166,000 on a Gem Mint Black Lotus, one of Magic the Gathering's most powerful play mechanisms is the element of chance. Even a player with no experience can find themselves with a win if the right cards line up at the right time. Magic the Gathering was created by Richard Garfield. As a child, he found himself in different parts of the world. His family traveled regularly thanks to his father's work as an architect. Foreign countries meant foreign languages that he did not speak. But some things are universal. Kids everywhere play games with marbles or checkers or decks of cards. Gaming bridged the language and cultural gap. As a teen in the 70s back in the United States, Richard heard about a new game called Dungeons & Dragons, a maze-like game where players went room to room, defeating the monsters within, eventually conquering the maze and acquiring all the treasure. Or so he thought. To his surprise, he had completely underestimated the degree to which individual player decisions affected the game, the degree to which it was open-ended, that there was no traditional winner. A winner or a loser was never the intent of Dungeons & Dragons, and no two games could ever be the same. This fired his imagination, turning his concept of gaming into something more fluid. Garfield began developing a game called Five Magics, the five magics being those derived from 5 different elemental environments. The rules changed and evolved over time as he pursued his formal education. During that time, he developed another game called Robo Rally. Players use cards to maneuver robots through a treacherous factory maze. In 1991, his friend Mike Davis reached out to a fledgling game publisher called Wizards of the Coast, specifically to connect Richard with the founder, Peter Adkison. Adkison liked Robo Rally, but was concerned about the cost of producing a game like that. Wizards of the Coast was just 2 people at the time. They were working on role-playing games. Role-playing games were mostly paper. No pawns or pieces necessarily had to be made to sell a game. He was hoping for something a bit more portable, a bit faster gameplay, something you could play during downtime at, I don't know, like a gaming convention.
And Richard was like, well, what would you like? I like all games, and I will design whatever you want. And I'm like, well, you know, how about a card game? Something, just cards, no other components. Maybe a fantasy sort of theme, something you can play while you're waiting for your dungeon master to show up. So Richard thought about that. I went back to Seattle.
Garfield reached back into his archives to build off the Five Magics concept. He combined the themed Magic card game with the collectability of other trading cards. You didn't need all the cards that existed to play, you could pick and choose. He pitched the idea to Adkison, who immediately saw the power of the collectible nature of the cards. Refreshed sets, a constantly growing inventory of cards, unique powers, players never knowing what each other is going to have.
So far, let me take a picture of this.
And so you explained the core concept of Magic the Gathering. You know, it's a trading card. You know, the idea of a trading card game. It's this game, lots of cards, and you build decks. Everybody has their own cards. And, you know, this huge idea. And we started hooping and hollering in this parking garage out of excitement. And it's echoing through the parking garage, and poor Ken's running back, thinking that I ran over you in the pickup or something like that.
Garfield worked on the game, refining the rules and testing the gameplay with the help of other students while attending the University of Pennsylvania. The game was fluid, each player having the ability to adjust the course of the game through their own decision-making. Through the way each of the cards they played changed what they and the other player could do in response. As the game began to take shape, so did the narrative, a world of infinite planes, realities, and dimensions.
The battleground of the player as a master of their deck could pull magic from each of these realms, seamlessly weaving together fantastic battles with their opponents.
Within 6 months, Garfield had a version of the game
So
ready
then I
to
bring it
go.
over here.
Adkison set about finding proper funding for the game that they were about to unleash, because most of the investment Wizards of the Coast had on hand was going to the development of a role-playing game supplement called the Primal Order, and in 1991, that landed them a lawsuit brought by Palladium Books. The Primal Order established rules for creating gods and god systems, if you will. It was compatible with a lot of popular role-playing game systems that were on the market. It had specific conversion tables for those games to show how the characters could be utilized in the other game systems. Wizards of the Coast thought that their use of Palladium's intellectual property fell under fair use. Palladium thought that it was more like copyright infringement. Ultimately, Palladium settled with Wizards after all the Palladium-related content was removed. Do you play Magic? Everyone knows what you're talking about when you say it now, but legally, from a business standpoint, it was a terrible name. Wizards needed something it could own, something it could trademark. They tried calling it Banana Clash. Pretty good band name. Sounds like a guy who might square off against He-Man, but it never caught on with the people who were making the game. They stuck with magic and peppered in a bit of the mythology wherein players gathered to play the game, a reference to the community that would emerge from it, probably.
Good night, I will
Or at least
do
it
the
was
rest
enough for
tomorrow.
legal to
Enjoy
get
the
the
film.
sign-off and
Alright,
start
have
making
fun.
those logos.
Sleep well.
Wizards
Sorry
still
it's so
needed some
late.
money to get decks produced and into stores. Adkison managed to get in front of Wayne Godfrey, the CEO of Wargames West, the gaming distributor, the gaming shop, and the go-to catalog for gaming supplies and games themselves back in the pre-internet days.
Okay.
Godfrey was so enamored with the demonstration of the prototype deck Adkison had, he placed an order worth $40,000. That would be enough to get Magic the Gathering into full production, enough to make their big debut at Gen Con in August of 1993, the largest tabletop gaming convention of North America.
Once at the convention, once the cards arrived on the second day of the convention, the interest and anticipation was so great, the immediate impact of playing the game was so infectious. Adkison, Garfield, Wizards of the Coast sold out the entire shipment of 2.5 million cards that they had brought to the show, and more importantly, they witnessed firsthand the impact, the power of people playing the game together. By October of 1993, just 2 months later, they had sold another 7.5 million cards. They didn't even need to advertise it. Word of mouth was enough to sell out the cards as fast as they could manufacture and ship them. In December of 1993, Wizards of the Coast shipped the first expansion set called Arabian Nights. In its first year of existence, Magic the Gathering produced over 1 billion cards, setting in motion a cycle of refreshes, expansions, and supplements that would continue for decades. By 1996, the game had become so large that Wizards of the Coast organized a Pro Tour circuit, something unheard of in tabletop gaming, almost unheard of in any kind of gaming outside of traditional sports. Yes, I've heard of chess. Yes, I've heard of poker. I've heard of backgammon. Yes, I've heard of mahjong. I've heard of dominoes.
Yes, I've heard of Scrabble.
Checkers. Yes, I've heard of Hungry Hungry Hippos. Over time, it would include grand prizes in the tens of thousands of dollars. The Magic the Gathering Pro Tour helped establish the foundation of professional tabletop gaming, the popularity, and the coverage thereof as it exists today.
Every day at Magic's game testing facility, crack geneticists are hard at work engineering new creatures to help you annihilate your opponent. Of course, mistakes do happen. Magic the Gathering. Beat your friends.
1996 was also the year that the field got a little more crowded, but also larger at the same time. Magic's success revealed an entirely new gaming market that was underserved and growing fast. A new Pokemon collectible card game based on the Nintendo games and comics debuted in Japan. Within 2 years, it would be for sale in the United States. In another masterstroke, Adkison secured the rights to publish that very Pokemon game in the U.S. from its debut in 1998 through 2003, and in 1997, Wizards of the Coast officially patented several technical aspects unique to the gameplay and function of Magic. By 1997, Wizards of the Coast had sold over 2 billion total cards. Annual sales were topping $100 million. Magic the Gathering was so successful that it had lured away players and dollars from Dungeons & Dragons itself. The collectible card game explosion, combined with several other factors, left TSR, the owners of Dungeons & Dragons, tens of millions of dollars in debt. With few options left, TSR was sold to Wizards of the Coast, bringing two of the most popular games together at the same company. 2 years after that, the two games would still be together at one company, but this time at another company, an even bigger company. Hasbro purchased Wizards of the Coast in its entirety for $325 million, bringing Magic the Gathering and Dungeons & Dragons into the same house as Transformers, My Little Pony, G.I. Joe, and Hungry Hungry Hippos. Magic's success, Magic's sales, spawned a whole industry of collectible card games. Pokemon is certainly one of the most notable, but there were lots of others. Star Wars, Star Trek, Lord of the Rings, Spellfire, Vampire the Eternal Struggle, Overpower, Ruins World, X-Files, Battletech, Doctor Who. In 1999, Konami introduced Yu-Gi-Oh!, which would go on to become the top-selling game in the world by 2009, having sold over 22 billion cards. Magic the Gathering was the first, and in many ways the best. Very few games created in its wake had the ability to overcome the temporary craze of the collectible games market itself, the novelty of their existence. Even in its earliest stages, Magic had mystery, Magic had drama, Magic had cards that were so powerful, so unique and rare that even today they command secondary market prices in the tens of thousands or more. Low print runs combined with a stated policy of not reprinting certain cards had increased their value over time. The most notorious of the original cards is the Black Lotus. It was only available in early low-run sets, a very powerful card enabling a one-turn instant kill. You could win the game before your opponent even took their first turn. It's so powerful even today, its use in tournaments is restricted to one per deck and only in specific vintage-themed events. Magic the Gathering entered the digital realm in 1997 with a PC game called Magic the Gathering. It was the first in a long series of attempts to translate the gameplay of Magic to a video game application, each of them failing to capture the things that truly made Magic unique, the ever-expanding possibilities created by the acquisition of new cards, and the ability to play with anyone. In 2002, Magic the Gathering Online changed that as players were able to play with other players any time of the day around the world. They were able to use many of the same cards they would use in their physical decks. And it even preserved the collectability of the game by allowing players to buy and trade cards within the virtual economy. It created the most accurate virtual gaming experience to date. Magic has been adapted for platforms like Xbox 360 in 2009, PlayStation in 2010, but the biggest move to expand the player base and take the game everywhere was the release of Magic the Gathering Arena on PC in 2019 and iOS in 2020. As a mobile game, it puts Magic in the hands of everyone that has a mobile device that wants to play, or even attempt to play, from the Magic veteran to the Magic curious. While the narrative elements of Magic the Gathering are not essential to the enjoyment of the game, while they do not necessarily affect the gameplay, the mythology has been a powerful way to promote the game and extend the experience outside the physical game itself. Prominent original characters have been created that appear in the games, but more importantly, they appear in products that you can supplement your collection, your Magic lifestyle with. Statues, action figures, Funko Pops. The world of Magic is ripe for adventure, even if you never touch a card or care to learn the rules of engagement. There have been novels, novellas, ebooks. There's been something published almost every single year since 1994. Sometimes they feature characters that have been a part of the game. Many times they do not. If you prefer your words with pictures, the world and characters have been featured sporadically in comic books since 1994 from publishers like Armada, Dark Horse, and IDW, and even digital comics from Wizards of the Coast themselves. For 2 decades now, Hasbro has been trying to create a larger media presence for Magic the Gathering. In 2008, they struck a 6-year deal with Universal Pictures to produce at least 4 motion pictures based on the Hasbro brands Monopoly, Candyland, Clue, Ouija, Battleship, Stretch Armstrong, and Magic the Gathering. That deal ended in 2012, resulting in Battleship, released in 2012. The premature parting of Hasbro and Universal deprived us of a Monopoly movie directed by Ridley Scott, a Ouija movie directed by McGee, a Gore Verbinski-helmed Clue film, and a Tyler Lautner-fronted Stretch Armstrong. Can you imagine what George Miller would have done with Hungry Hungry Hippos? One of those is fake. In 2014, 20th Century Fox acquired the rights for a new Magic movie. There was very little public movement through 2017, and in 2019, Disney acquired Fox, shutting all of that down in favor of new deals they would negotiate going forward. In June of 2019, Hasbro, through their movie development arm AllSpark Productions, announced that Joe and Anthony Russo, the Russo brothers, were going to be producing a Flash-animated Magic the Gathering series for Netflix due out in 2021. The Russos even teased the possibility of doing a live-action show as well, but guys, let's land this production first before we start talking about the sequel. We don't want to have too many balls in the field of play, bouncing all around, making it hard to collect them all in one place. In 2015, Hasbro, through Wizards of the Coast, released a game called Magic the Gathering Arena of the Planeswalkers. It's a more traditional board game approach to Magic and the world of Magic. Players use cards and map tiles to maneuver their wizards, or planeswalkers, around a treacherous map, casting spells and trying to survive. It is a delightfully ironic combination of Magic, the game that has existed for nearly 30 years, and the expensive tokens and miniatures and bits that Wizards of the Coast hesitated to invest in for Robo Rally all those years ago, that led to the development of Magic the Gathering, bringing the whole thing full circle and opening the game to a new style of play and player. The community of players that has grown to embrace the game as a lifestyle, as part of their identity, will keep it alive and flourishing the same way that Dungeons & Dragons has sustained since the 70s, especially since Hasbro is in charge. There's no reason to think, short of gross mismanagement, that it should not continue to prosper. It's a fun, fast game that doesn't take long to learn. You can collect and build sets, play with a friend in person or online, as a new player picking it up for the first time, or someone who has been testing strategies for 20 years or more. Play for the immersion of being in that fantasy world as a wizard fighting back against the evils of the multiverse, or just play for the love of the mechanical, tactical strategy. Play for the magic of the gathering. Thanks for watching. Please hit like, hit subscribe if you're not already a subscriber. Thank you very much to those of you who already are. If you're in the position to help the channel grow, please visit our Patreon at patreon.com/toygalaxy or become a channel member at youtube.com/toygalaxy/join. Both Patreon and YouTube channel membership have the same exclusive content. Please share this video and let us know in the comments down below if you're a seasoned Magic the Gathering veteran, you've been playing for a while now, or maybe just a little Magic curious. How far back does your deck go? There is no right answer.
This episode was brought to you by the Candle of Tomorrow, the magic candle.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our McDonnell Douglas Spaceport Mission Control. While we're waiting for clearance to board Flight 92, I'll try to get our operations director to explain what's going on. Oh, Mr. Morrow?
Yes?
Mr. Morrow, could you spare a few minutes to explain mission control to our passengers?
Of course, glad to. Welcome aboard, space travelers.
Agent Mr. Morrow, Mr. Tom Morrow. Please contact Mr. Johnson in the control tower to confirm your flight to the moon.
Oh, don't worry. Thanks to interventions, having unexpected company is a snap. But getting them to leave is still a nightmare. We're still working on that. Yes, sir, we've got all the latest things. And I'm not talking Mr. Coffee, whose work I admire, by the way. I'm talking smart relatives of mine. Genius gadgets that take the hard work out of housework. You want digital, analog, interactive, hyperactive, radioactive. Can you believe it? It's all here. You're gonna love it.
Ever wonder how Disney dreams become reality? It's something called Imagineering.
Where's the best place to sit on it, Sister Ride?
The best place to sit? Well, Bridget, sit back and hold on. Listen, here's the scoop. There are 3 rules of riding. The front seat isn't always the best seat. Sure, the front's the first to go over, but when the back goes over, it really goes over!
What started as a simple, curious question has since turned into a story of transcendence. A story of becoming more than oneself, shedding their flesh to become something greater. Of course, through the power of futuristic science and technology. The question dawned on me as I was aboard one of my favorite attractions at all of Walt Disney World in Orlando, the Tomorrowland People Mover. You see, Tomorrowland at Walt Disney World is presented as sort of a city of the future. Meanwhile, at Disneyland, it's just sort of a land where they put everything that's Star Wars related and vaguely futuristic. Sorry, off topic. And the People Mover serves as the citizens of Tomorrowland's way to get around. They can go from their vacation or maybe their jobs at Starport 75 over to the Tomorrowland Light and Power Company to, I don't know, pay the utility bill? What is it they do there? I guess it's the launch depot now, so that means that all the utility bills are paid for by the government? Truly, a city of tomorrow. And it is while we are aboard this transportation system of the future that we hear someone being paged by Mr. Johnson in a control tower. That person, of course, being Mr. Morrow. Mr. Tom Morrow. and it raised a sort of question in my head. Besides being one of the best Walt Disney World vloggers, seriously, check out Paging Mr. Morrow. That man is he's a treasure. What is the identity of the real, the Disney Parks character, Mr. Morrow? And to understand the answer to that question, we are going to need to go back. All the way back. Not to the beginning of Disney World, but to the beginning of Disneyland in Anaheim. Back when Walt was still around. To opening day, July 17th, 1955, to Tomorrowland 1.0. Now, when Disneyland opened on the 17th of July, all the other lands sort of had their, what we would call today, at least, e-tickets. Adventureland had the Jungle Cruise. Fantasyland, of course, had the dark rides. I guess Peter Pan's Flight would be the closest. Frontierland had the pack mules and the stagecoach, and Tomorrowland had the Autopia? That's kind of an e-ticket? I mean, sure, if you were interested in aluminum and clocks, Tomorrowland would be the place to be. But they didn't have that big headliner futuristic attraction. At least they wouldn't until a little less than a week after the park opened, 5 days, when Rocket to the Moon, the first sort of simulator-style attraction at Disneyland, opened to the public. Now, for those of you who don't remember this attraction, you sat in a circular theater with a screen on the floor and the ceiling. Think Stitch's Great Escape. That was the same sort of layout. Or I guess a better comparison would be the space elevator portion of Space 220, with a screen on the floor and the ceiling showing you rising from Epcot to the whatever space station, Centauri space station, I believe it's called? That's Centauri, not Brava Centauri. Okay, that's Horizons. The weenie for Tomorrowland, leading you back to Flight to the Moon, would be the TWA Moonliner, still there today, just disguised as a Pizza Planet rocket. And the man guiding you through and talking you through your trip to the moon was none other than a scientist named Tom Morrow, a human man who is the operations manager of the McDonnell Douglas Spaceport, the location where your Moonliner would launch for your trip to the moon. This man is the first recorded instance of Tom Morrow at the Disney parks, but interestingly, this is the only time he is portrayed as a human being, flesh and blood. And actually, recently you could meet him at Throwback Night. Last week I was there, it was a great time. In front of his blackboard with his old retro-style outfit on, he would teach you about the moon, I guess. I don't know, I wasn't gonna wait in that line, but he seemed nice. So we'll add this Tom Morrow to the very first slot on the timeline. He is the missions director for the Flight to the Moon. And I suppose just for the sake of being thorough, we'll put this picture of Tom Morrow in the timeline as well, just underneath the other one, because these are technically the same incarnation. You can just talk to this one, he's outside. When the 70s rolled around and Rocket to the Moon, then known as Flight to the Moon, was outdated as per the Tomorrowland problem, tomorrow always comes, and the moon was now an attainable goal, so it wasn't really futuristic. So instead, Flight to the Moon became Mission to Mars. And in addition to a brand new destination, that being Mars, there was a new mission commander. Instead of Tom Morrow, it was now Mr. Johnson. Now, if you remember that name, we'll circle back to that in a second. And it should be noted that these are separate characters. Although they look similar, they're wearing a different shirt. See, his is red. That's the difference. So Tom Morrow was out at Disneyland, but you say to yourself he was present, though, at Walt Disney World on the People Mover. No. Funny thing, the audio back in those days has no mention of Tom Morrow or Mr. Johnson in the control tower. See, I told you we'd circle back. I'll put a card to Epidon's video right there in the top right corner so you don't have to listen to the whole audio here in the video, but there is no mention of Tom Morrow in the original 1975 People Mover audio. That's right, the People Mover opened in 75, not 71. Did not open with the rest of the park. How sad. Tom would reappear in 1971 at Walt Disney World's version of Flight to the Moon, but when it was redone as Mission to Mars, also Mr. Johnson took his place. Eventually, Mission to Mars closed at the Magic Kingdom and made way for the extraterrestrial alien encounter, and during development, the robot host that we knew back then as Sir was going to be named Tom 2000 as a reference to Tom Morrow, but that obviously didn't end up happening, and we wouldn't see Tom resurface until 1998. This time, though, back at his original home in Tomorrowland at Disneyland, but instead of at what is now Alien Pizza Planet, you would find him at Innoventions. But there was one thing that was different about Tom this time. Tom wasn't a man, at least not a human one. Tom now was a robot with masculine programming. Tom Morrow had at long last shed his pitiful flesh and become something more through the power of Innoventions.
That's really Crystal. No, that's the, Nathan Lane.
Happening today. Step through the door of your new home, robotically cleaned from floor to dome. Your lawns being trimmed automatically. Now there's more free time for you and me. We have company.
Now you may recognize that voice. It's actually Nathan Lane, known for providing the voice of Timon from The Lion King. And while not exactly the same, the animatronic was extremely similar to the timekeeper found at the attraction of the same name at the Magic Kingdom, originally found at Disneyland Paris. It was located today where the Monsters Inc. laugh floor is currently right across the street from Tom Morrow's old home, which raises the question, does this robot in any way have any sort of relation to Tom Morrow, the one that we knew before? Is it the same person? Let me explain. Okay, here we get into theory territory. The technology in Tomorrowland, all over the world, any Tomorrowland, just pick it, is far more advanced than what we have access to today. It includes space travel, time travel, and of course disappointment, and in the case of Walt Disney World, alien technology. So it may be possible that in Tomorrowland, at some point, it became possible to transfer one's consciousness from their body to an artificial robot body. That's option number one. This is the same Tom Morrow from Flight to the Moon, just transcended. Option 2, which, I don't know, depending on where we go later on in this video, may be more plausible. This robot was invented by Tom Morrow and made in his own image, you know, as you do, and named after his original creator. Although that theory does hit a few snags, we'll talk about those in a minute. Going with option A, Tom Morrow was a rocket scientist for Flight to the Moon before he perfected moon travel, and Mr. Johnson eventually came in to take his previous job, now going to Mars. Tom Morrow, of course, would have to be demoted, which is why you can find inquiries to apply with him at the Main Street Cinema by the Disneyland casting agency door. This is still while he's in his human form. So while he may have a lesser job now, he still is a resident of Tomorrowland and has access to the most cutting-edge technology. And so he begins to travel the galaxy with Star Tours. That's right, Tom Morrow was referenced in the queue for the original Star Tours before the Adventures continued. There's also a character in The Adventures Continue named Mott Woram, but this is just Tom Morrow spelled backwards. I'm assuming the name of an alien. As far as I know, this is a separate, completely different character. Meanwhile, back at Walt Disney World, in the queue for extraterrestrial alien encounter, a screen said that a Professor Tom Morrow would be hosting a lecture called Mission to Mars, History or Hoax. So now in the timeline, somewhere between his demotion at the Mission to Mars headquarters and his becoming a robot, he is now a disgruntled professor trying to discredit his replacement, Mr. Johnson, trying to frame the entirety of the Mission to Mars attraction as a hoax. As you can see, he's beginning to lose some of that sanity, some of that level-headedness that we saw him with back when he was the commander for Flight to the Moon, sort of bridging the gap between his more level-headed scientific self from that attraction in Disneyland to the newer, more wacky, wild Nathan Lane interpretation at Interventions. Now we move over to the Skipper Canteen. Yes, the SEA comes into this at some point. This is the best video ever. The People Mover, we got the SEA. This is like the best offhand Disney video ever. We just need some Haunted Mansion in here and then it'd be perfect. In the library we can find 2 books written by Tom Morrow. One entitled Mission to the Stars, which I'm assuming he wrote, yes, while he was Flight Commander back in the early days, and another called Mission to the Red Planet, which I can only assume he wrote after leaving Flight to the Moon. But the thing that's interesting here is that Skipper Canteen takes place, the storyline for Skipper Canteen takes place in 1938, hence time back to the whole time travel. Apparently, Tom Morrow's crazy conspiracy about the mission to Mars being faked got him demoted or even fired even further because he shows up again at Tomorrowland at Stitch's Supersonic Celebration as a weatherman. Tom, having now gone from a prestigious rocket scientist to a weatherman for a futuristic city that I'm assuming doesn't really need weathermen anymore, had hit rock bottom. He has nowhere else to turn, but he does have one thing. his smarts, okay? While his ethics, while his personality may be twisted, may be a bit more crazy than it was when he was commander of Flight to the Moon, he still had his intellect. And he had one person, one friend who could help him, the one who was able to send him back to 1938 to Skipper Canteen, to the turn of the century, Main Street USA at Disneyland, the one Disney animatronic that has access to time travel, the Timekeeper. I'm not making this up. I mean, I kind of am. While we may travel back in time on Spaceship Earth, there is no animatronic there that is really controlling our journey. Meanwhile, on the Timekeeper, we do travel back in time with the help of this Robin Williams voiced animatronic. Mr. Morrow begs the Timekeeper for his help. He tells him of all the grand ideas he has, of all of these different inventions that he could make possible if he only had the time. Sure, he could travel back to the beginning of time or to the end of the universe, but his body was still aging. He needed something better. And the Timekeeper was able to provide it in the form of a leftover robot shell, maybe not in use by the Timekeeper, maybe a past or future version of the Timekeeper, but either way, with the help of the Timekeeper, Tom Morrow was able to transfer maybe his brain, maybe just his consciousness, into a new robotic body, which is who we see at Interventions. But this, apparently, wasn't enough, because there is also a Tom Morrow 2.0 who was featured at Epcot's Interventions. That's right, Tom Morrow had more evolving to do. Now he had mastered Interventions, he had mastered time travel, and he had unlimited time. He didn't die. Tom Morrow was now essentially an immortal being. He could do whatever he wanted. And what did he do? He answered questions on a television show.
Omni-mover rides, you don't have to worry. These were designed to give everyone the best seat in the house. Or in this case, the mansion.
Yeah, he yelled a lot in his 2.0 form. I guess his brain just couldn't handle his new mechanical body. So going back to the timeline, 1955, we find the original Tom Morrow as the flight commander for the flight to the moon. He is replaced by Mr. Johnson, and as we enter the 2000s, he has slowly lost his sanity and become more of a mad scientist before transferring his body into a new robotic shell with the help of the Timekeeper, Tom Morrow from Interventions. And it is worth mentioning that with his new robotic body, he does go through a bunch of different professions, like he becomes the mayor of Tomorrowland. Maybe they're just more respecting of robots there, I don't know. Before eventually ditching his 1.0 body, or would it be his 2.0 body, his original robot body at Disneyland's Interventions, going to Epcot's Interventions, and getting a brand new 2.0 body there. 3.0? A brand new body there. Who cares? Trick question. I do. That's Tom Morrow 0.0, that's 1.0, and that's 2.0. Easy. Now, unfortunately, it's about here where our records of Mr. Morrow get a little bit fuzzy. We do find some scrapped remnants of his original robot body 1.0 in the collector's office at Mission Breakout over in California Adventure, but that's about all. Perhaps Tom Morrow is still out there somewhere, maybe roaming Epcot in that tiny little car of his, seeking to answer questions. Maybe his journey has taken him back to the stars, maybe he's out there time-traveling somewhere in history, or perhaps, maybe, he has become so enlightened, so smart, that he has not only transcended his human body, but also his robotic bodies. Maybe Tom Morrow is the very air we breathe, the energy we feel while we're in Tomorrowland. Becoming more than just a Q&A robot, a flight commander, now something more. A force of nature. God help us. Or, I guess, Tom help us. They've become one and the same now. So whether he's in robot form, galaxy form, or human form, Tom Morrow continues to intrigue and honestly kind of confuse Disney Parks fans around the world, and I wouldn't have it any other way, and something tells me he wouldn't either. And here's hoping that maybe one day, someday soon even, we'll see a new Tomorrowland at Disneyland, featuring a Tom Morrow 3.0, upgraded for the modern age. Either that or a reopened People Mover. One of the two, I'll accept either. Honestly, probably the...
Okay.
Hey everybody! everybody. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video. The names that you can see scrolling right about now on the left-hand side of your screen are the Patreon supporters from patreon.com/offhanddisney. They are the ones, actually, who help keep this channel going, keep me chugging along, going to the parks, creating videos for you. If you enjoyed my content and you want to join their ranks, get early access to some videos, like they got a sneak preview of this one earlier this week, head over to the link in the description. Like I said, even just $1 a month will get you access, and I truly, truly appreciate every single one of you. And that's right, all of you. If that doesn't interest you and you'd rather have a little free alternative, just hit the subscribe button. If you're new around here, the like button also goes a very, very long way. Yeah, it lets YouTube know that you like my videos, and if you did like it, right? That's what I'm supposed to do? I can also do this. Be sure to follow me on my other social medias, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. I am Offhand Disney on all of those platforms to make it easy, to make it more simple. Just search Offhand Disney, you'll find me, I'll pop up, and then you can get more great Offhand Disney content, especially on TikTok. I'm trying to up my game there. And I think that's all of the plugs that I have to do. Thank you all so much for watching. I look forward to seeing you all in the next video. Will it be a throwback night video? I don't know. I'll leave that up to me to decide, actually. I'm still working on that throwback night video. Thank you all. Goodbye. Well, lots of patrons this month. Thank you all. Wow, so much.
So I can't use the... Can't paint because the pattern of the... God damn it. The pattern of the splotching... It's not a solid it's not solid. So the problem with the, like, I can't paint it because it'd be have to be either be come off as haphazard or just wrong. It's imprecise. I could possibly paint the eyes and the head piece, but the wings piece I'm going to have to do the stickers. I'll come back to that.
FunSpot shocked the world when they announced that Air Force One would be opening up at their Atlanta location. This is not just any ordinary roller coaster by Rocky Mountain Construction, one of the premier roller coaster manufacturers in the world. This is an absolute monstrosity, standing 155 feet in the air, speeds of 64 miles per hour, 4 inversions. Air Force One was destined to be one of the greatest roller coasters on the planet, and it is built at what is essentially an oversized carnival. If you've ever been to FunSpot Atlanta, there is not much else here. If you're going to that park, it's now going to be for Air Force One. Yeah. This is the biggest roller coaster that they've ever installed at any of their parks. It also happens to be the second roller coaster in the Atlanta area built by RMC. The other, of course, being Twisted Cyclone at Six Flags Over Georgia. And let me just say, this ride stomps all over Twisted Cyclone. Air Force One is a must-do if you're coming to this area. It's also a relatively small park. You pay per ride, so it's free to enter, but you can get a wristband, and that will allow you to ride Air Force Force One as many times as you want, which is something you're going to want to do. I highly recommend you get the wristband and not just pay for one ride. But this is going to be my full in-depth look at the attraction. I'm going to break it all down element by element, tell you what you can expect, but of course, let's first start with that entry experience, what you're going to see and notice as you approach this ride. Now, as you're driving up to Fun Spot Atlanta, Air Force One is going to be the first thing you're going to see. You're driving past a bunch of trees, and then bam, massive roller coaster. It makes a huge first impression. It's so random and kind of hilarious, but man, if it doesn't make you want to stop and go for a ride. The actual roller coaster station is located in the back of the park, so once you've parked and walked in, you're going to walk straight back into the left. For the most part, this roller coaster follows an L-shaped layout. The shorter part is what you see when you're driving in, and then you have this long stretch going across the midway up and over the arcade building to the other side, and it looks great. It is shiny and new. That red, white, and blue just pops. And for a place called Fun Spot America, what more fitting colors than this? Now, the actual roller coaster has a bit of a space theme. At least, sort of. The actual name is, of course, a play on Air Force One. But then when you're actually in the station, in the queue, there's a bunch of references to, like, mission control, rocket fuel. When you dispatch, you hear liftoff sequence engaged, preparing for launch. And then as you come back in, landing complete, mission success. Like, that strikes me as a space theme, but Air Force One implies planes. So, I don't know. It's a bit of both, I guess. It is more theming than you would typically expect at a Fun Spot park. You know, it's not like we're Universal or even Cedar Fair level theming here. But frick, Air Force One has better theming than Pantheon does at Busch Gardens. So absolutely, it's better than I expected. I love these Easter eggs here on this whiteboard. You can see like RMC mentioned and a couple other cool things. And it's a great looking train too. It's only 5 cars long instead of the usual 6. I did not get a confirmation on why that change was made. If I had to take a guess, it could be for cost. It could also be for capacity. It's not really necessary with this size of park. Or it could just be with how this ride takes its elements. It performs better with one less car. But Air Force One does also have 2 trains. And when we were at Fun Spot, they were running 2 trains the entire time. I was there all throughout opening weekend, and even when it was a walk-on, they definitely did not need to be running 2 trains, but they were. But as with most roller coasters, I do recommend riding this in the front and the back. A lot of people we talked to preferred the front over the back, which I totally get, and realistically, I probably agree with them. I think the main advantage to the back is the first drop, but all the other elements I do think I like more in the front. But try both out for yourself, see what you think. When you dispatch out of the station, straight away you have 2 little bunny humps. Gives you a little pop of airtime, it's a taste of what's to come. As you start your lift hill, for the first half, you're going to be going at a pretty slow speed. This is because Air Force One has a very short brake run, and so when it's operating with 2 trains, they have to wait for the train behind you to park in the station before your train is cleared to go throughout the layout. There's only room for 1 train on that brake run. So it's a pretty smart design, but I imagine if they operate with 1 train, they'll just go full speed the entire time. As you're climbing up, you'll see a bunch of trees to your right, there's the road to your left. If you look a bit further down, there's also a good chance that you'll see a bunch of planes landing at the Atlanta airport. They're always flying by. It's only about a 20-minute drive from Fun Spot, which also makes it convenient if you're flying in for the weekend. Now, as you crest over this drop, you're going to descend 146 feet down to the ground at an 83-degree angle. So almost vertical, its elements. It performs better with 1 less car. But Air Force One does also have 2 trains. And when we were at Fun Spot, they were running 2 trains the entire time. I was there all throughout opening weekend, and even when it was a walk-on, they definitely did not need to be running 2 trains, but they were. But as with most roller coasters, I do recommend riding this in the front and the back. A lot of people we talked to preferred the front over the back, which I totally get, and realistically, I probably agree with them. I think the main advantage to the back is the first drop, but all the other elements I do think I like more in the front. But try both out for yourself, see what you think. When you dispatch out of the station, straight away you have 2 little bunny humps. Gives you a little pop of airtime, it's a taste of what's to come. As you start your lift hill, for the first half, you're going to be going at a pretty slow speed. This is because Air Force One has a very short brake run, and so when it's operating with 2 trains, they have to wait for the train behind you to park in the station before your train is cleared to go throughout the layout. There's only room for 1 train on that brake run. So it's a pretty smart design, but I imagine if they operate with 1 train, they'll just go full speed the entire time. As you're climbing up, you'll see a bunch of trees to your right, there's the road to your left. If you look a bit further down, there's also a good chance that you'll see a bunch of planes landing at the Atlanta airport. They're always flying by. It's only about a 20-minute drive from Fun Spot, which also Climbing up, you'll see a bunch of trees to your right, there's the road to your left. If you look a bit further down, there's also a good chance that you'll see a bunch of planes landing at the Atlanta airport. They're always flying by. It's only about a 20-minute drive from Funspot, which also makes it convenient if you're flying in for the weekend. Now, as you crest over this drop, you're going to descend 146 feet down to the ground at an 83-degree angle, so almost vertical. It sounds pretty impressive, but I'll be honest, I thought this was a pretty forgettable drop. And I know that sounds crazy. Don't get me wrong, in the back you will get some air. However, Air Force One is full of a bunch of outstanding moments, and in my opinion, this is not one of them. I didn't hear anyone throughout opening weekend raving about, oh man, that first drop, you know? They're talking about moments later in the layout. But I can think of a bunch of other first drops on RMCs that I like a lot more than Air Force Ones. So just think of it like the ride's just getting started. Your first big element is the Raven Truss Dive. So think of it like a dive loop, but you're entering these boxy supports. The truss is the same design that RMC uses for like their lift hill. That's what gives that very minimalist look. So while normally you're riding on the outside of that, now you're inside. You get pretty close to some of those supports, and it gives this like tunneling effect. For me, I did think that the front was better for this element, but again, I didn't think that this was like a standout moment on Air Force. But it is very cool. I also like how you just slightly twist to the side, like laterally, and then as you dive down to the ground, you hit a bunny hump. And this I thought was an amazing moment of airtime. Probably one of the best speed hills I've ever experienced. Like I think about the speed hill on Steel Vengeance right after that first drop. This one's just way more powerful. And then you hit your stall. And this is just fantastic. It is so prolonged, and you just hit this perfect zero-G. You're just floating upside down. The entry and exit experience is just so fluid. Definitely one of the best stalls out there. Right up there with Zadra and Goliath at Great America. And in my opinion, this is really when the ride gets going. The beginning is good, don't get me wrong, but as you start to get towards the middle of this ride, it gets nuts. So next up is an outer bank turn that goes over the station, and this is just incredible. Absolutely one of the highlights of the ride. It lasts for so long and banks to at about a 60-degree angle, which is pretty steep. You are ejected the entire time. It lasts about a second or two longer than you would expect. If this isn't the best outer bank turn out there, then it's got to be at least top 3. The ejector airtime is just so far sustained, it is fantastic. And next up, we have a double up. So the first step up into this larger airtime hill is good. You go up out of your seat a little bit, but the main kicker here is the second up, or that larger hill. And really, this is like the second big drop on the ride. Because as you're going over this hill, you're descending for what feels like forever. This gives you more airtime than the first drop. It honestly reminds me of the last drop on Iron Gwazi. How that feels like the second biggest drop on the ride, and it's literally into the brake run. So this one is right smack in the middle of the coaster, and you go from a high moment on the coaster now to a low one. This next element goes directly over a building. It's technically a zero-G roll, but everyone at the event was calling it the arcade roll, because it goes over the arcade. And I like that, so I'm going to call it the arcade roll. This element is insane. It is so whippy, and it is crazy how flat you are. You're staying at the same height the entire time. This is RMC's version of the Mosasaurus roll. Is it as good as that moment on Velocicoaster? In my opinion, no, because that element has a bit more lateral twist to it. But man, this has got to be like a top 5 inversion. Joe Drapes was the designer for this coaster. He also designed Max Force at Six Flags Great America, and in my opinion, this element feels very similar as the main inversion on that coaster. So the arcade roll is what sends you to the other side of this building. And this is like the turnaround to head back towards the station. And Air Force One does this in the form of an outer bank hill. This throws you pretty hard. It's a great twist to the outside. It's a brief pop of airtime, but still very good. I think you feel a bit more in the front than the back. And now you're banking to the right. And I would say this is the most forceful part of the coaster. It's very sustained. It's not quite a gray out, but it's pretty close. Maybe later this summer when it's like 90 degrees out and it's flying, that'll be a gray out moment. But I really like the forces that you pull here. And that sends you into your final inversion. This is number 4, and this is an amazing roll. Like you already had a phenomenal inversion with the arcade roll, but this one is like almost as good. You just naturally rotate into this thing, but what's so weird is that you flip the opposite direction of what you would expect. And I think that's what makes it feel different from every other RMC inversion. Jake Kilcup, RMC's COO, described this as like a flattened underflip. So think of that moment on like Joker or Untamed, but you squish it, I think that makes a lot of sense. I totally see it. And then you enter the Chili Dip, because there's already so many hilarious names on RMCs. Now we got one more. This is an Alan Schilke's coined term that you see when snowboarding. Basically, it's when you rise up onto an elevated surface, dish out, and then drop down again. So in this case, you're banking to the left, you level out, drop down a little bit, and that's what sends you into your quad down. And this is the big finale on Air Force One, and the airtime is so powerful, it hurts. It actually feels like a bucking bronco. You gotta prepare yourself for this. And you know, as we were talking to people, it seemed like everyone was split down the middle on what they thought of it. There were a lot of people who liked it, but then there were also a lot of people who thought it was too much. So it seems like this is the limit of what people can experience when it comes to airtime. Because when this was first announced, we were like, oh my gosh, a quad down, it's going to be like the quad down on Lightning Rod. You know, when it's going down the mountain, but it's also twisting side to side. Well, there's no laterals at all. You are straight in a line, almost like the ending on Steel Vengeance. Except on Air Force One, all the hills are about the same size. You're like barely stepping down. The main time where you see it is like right there at the end. And I think what would make me enjoy this a bit more is if it had a bit of twist to it, like lightning rods, or maybe had varying hill sizes. Because I think right now where it's just so repetitive, it can leave bruises on your thighs. It's that crazy. In my opinion, what they should have done is draw out the elements a bit more and have one less hill. I actually think that would have improved the coaster. The other thing it would have done is allow them to extend the brake run. Like, yeah, okay, I'm not saying that you need a brake run that can accommodate 2 trains on there, but at the moment, this brake run feels too short. Like, you come to a stop so hard, and you really feel it because you're rising up into the brakes. It's a bit more comfortable in the front, but I mean, when you're in the back, you're flying up into your restraint, and it kind of hurts. Like, think about how Iron Gwazi and Zadra fly to a stop. This does it, but it's like mid-airtime hill. I mean, you're going to lurch forward a decent amount. I understand that they had a limited amount of space to work with, but I think that this is a great example of less would be more. You already have so many incredible moments on this coaster. I think this part is going to be what causes people to say, okay, maybe I need to sit out, take a breather before riding again. For me personally, it's the element on this ride that prevents me from ranking it higher than I currently do. And I never thought I would say that about a quad down. So for Air Force One's final score, I'm giving it a 9 out of 10 because it does so much right and is just shy of being a perfect roller coaster. When this gets to the point where it's like not comfortable, that's where it starts to be a problem. I could see at some point them saying, we gotta try and slow this thing down. Do what we can to make that ending not be as brutal as it currently is. But also, I know a lot of people who really like the ending. And if that's you, more power to you. But for me, I thought it was too much. But you know, despite all that, I still put this as an upper tier RMC. That's how good everything else is. And you know, it's also rare that you say the best moments of the ride are in the middle. Not right at the beginning or not right at the end. So I really commend the folks at RMC for all the work they put into this thing. It really is a great coaster. I highly recommend you come out to Fun Spot Atlanta, give it a try, let me know what you think. And if you've ridden Air Force already, please comment down below. What do you think of it? Do you agree with the points that I brought up? And of course, make sure to stay tuned for more coaster reviews here at Coaster Studios, and I'll see you next time.
Just the one that has gold on it, yeah. Yeah, this is like has the gold on it, okay. Let's do that real quick. where is that white bit supposed to go? It's supposed to go under here. I do have that, don't I? No, it doesn't go on the underside. Where does it go? On the right horn. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Because I like to use a just can't. I'd like to paint that, but just it's not a pattern I can paint, unfortunately. Excuse me. Let's see what I need. Two.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to another vlog. It's going to be a pretty big one today. We're here at the Atlanta International Airport here in Georgia. The time is currently late as our flight was supposed to get in at like midnight. It's like 4 in the morning or something right now. I don't even want to check, to be honest. Right now I'm basically just wandering around the airport waiting for Josiah. You may know him as National Coaster as he's joining me on this trip. His flight to Atlanta is coming in at like 6 a.m. I want to say. And originally I was just going to head to our accommodation to get a couple hours of sleep in, and then he would meet me at the accommodation. But I'm not going to let him wander off alone. I told him I was going to, but I kind of want to surprise him here. But yeah, it's going to be a pretty cool trip. We're obviously here for Six Flags Over Georgia as well as Fun Spot Atlanta because they just opened Air Force One, this big old RMC coaster. We can't wait to ride it. I've heard nothing but rave reviews so far. But yeah, this is a pretty special trip because not only have Josiah and I not seen each other in over a year, whoa, you may remember in 2021, Josiah and I actually came to Atlanta, Georgia for the first time.
This is our birthday. This is what you... It
It was our first ever visit to Six Flags Over Georgia, but at the time Air Force One wasn't a thing. So as soon as this opened, we were like, we gotta head to Atlanta. This ride does look absolutely incredible. Not to mention, we love Six Flags Over Georgia. We can't wait to go back. And of course, we just gotta get more rides in on Goliath, Twisted Cyclone, Monster Mansion, all of our favorites at that park. Man, how many times? I'm just gonna end the clip, okay? We'll see you guys when Josiah lands in a couple hours. Oh my god, I'm so tired, but we're gonna power through and make it. The adrenaline from all the parks we're gonna be hitting, actually today, it's crazy to say that, but is really getting me through this moment. So, see you guys very soon.
Is that National Coasters?
You had no idea it was me. What? Your face was like, dude looked at me like I was a stranger just then. It's just our National Coasters. Yeah, literally. Imagine someone comes up to you and just starts touching you. I'm so excited. We're freaking Atlanta. It's crazy. Dude, we're in Georgia. We're at the Airbnb. The view straight outside our Airbnb. God, it's so green in Georgia. I was expecting not all the trees to look so green, but God, no, Georgia's so green. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Six Flags Over Georgia. Above us is the best B&M hypercoaster, maybe in the world, at least rivaling Shambhala. I haven't been on Shambhala yet, but yeah, that's an amazing ride. I cannot wait to get back on Goliath. In general, it's just nice to be back at this park. This is a great park. We had a great time here in 2021 when we came. We have a very deep lineup of coasters here. I think right now we're going to prioritize the credits we missed out on last time, and then afterwards it'll be time for re-rides all day. It's going to be a lot of fun today. Here we go. Alright, finally. After 2 years, we're finally getting this credit. Blue Hawk, first ride of the day here at Six Flags Over Georgia. It's so crazy how slow it goes at the top of the lift. Oh man. Please be smooth! Come on, Vekoma, be smooth! Be smooth!
Blue Hawk and smooth tack. That's a good one.
Why are we getting laterals? It rides exactly how I felt it to ride, to be honest. It feels like an arrow double corkscrew. So interesting how this ride feels. And into the brakes. That was a very okay ride. It honestly does feel exactly how I expected, and I can't say that about a lot of coasters. A very odd experience. Vekoma, crazy layout mixed in with like elements from like an arrow. Alright, Josiah, how was that ride on Blue Hawk? 2 rides actually. You know, for what it was, it really wasn't that bad. It wasn't rough at all. It wasn't rough.
It just wasn't that intense.
Yeah, no, actually I would agree. It wasn't rough, but the profiling that Vekoma, old Vekoma did was pretty messy. Would we rewrite it? Probably not. Yeah, it's probably it's like a one and done. 2 and done actually because we rode it twice. But yeah, now we're heading over to Gaza. I'm looking forward to Gaza because Great American Scream Machine is one where I really liked the layout last time we came. However, it was so rough. But since it's celebrating its 50th year anniversary, they actually retracked some of the ride. So should be a better experience now. Wait, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. Whoa, look at the river. Wow. What? That's so sick. Whoa. It's not bad. It's smoother than it was, that's for sure.
Okay.
Here we go.
The rest of this is silver. So you guys are green.
We just got off the Great American Scream Machine. I think it's fun, and I like that it's smoother now. You like how it's, you liked it back in 2021.
I missed it when it was rough and had nasty brakes, but it was still fun.
The jackhammer kind of gave like airtime jolts in a way, which is kind of funny. Yeah, but as is, I really, oh, whoa, Sky Coaster, whoa! We're about to get on Monster Mansion. Seriously, one of my favorite dark rides. It does not belong at a Six Flags park. It is just an incredible experience. You'll see what I mean in a second when I take you guys on
understand the hype for Monster Mansion.
Oh my god, it's leaning. Oh my god. We're on Monster Mansion. We're about to break the ride. I'm so excited. And I got a lot of new theming upgrades for the season too as well.
Did? That's news to me.
Humans allowed. Wow.
They fixed the camera?
She's seen better days for sure. Oh, it's so good to be back on this classic. I love this ride. Yes. Let's go. Something Josiah pointed out is this ride has that classic water smell. Like, I don't know how to explain it. Of dark rides at amusement parks. It's just awesome. Oh my god, look at this thing. It's amazing. I have no idea why or how this ride exists at this park, or in general. It doesn't make any sense. What is that? That's the scariest animatronic I think ever made.
Oh no, that was the worst.
Oh goodness. What the hell? Oh, I love this guy. He's like do 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 do.
Stay out of the marsh! No!
This is new. Monster Marsh, humans keep out. I don't remember that being there.
That is new.
Humans will be in. Oh my god. Humans will be in, and we're humans, and we happen to be going in that direction, so it sounds like we'll be. Oh my god. There's a lot of bats in here. Fake bats, obviously, not real bats. Whoa! What in the world? I got a little bit of water on me for some reason.
On a water ride, imagine that.
What? I don't remember that being rat.
That's been there.
What? The thing is horrifying. All these animatronics are terrifying.
Oh, yeah. Looking for you guys, I found this here camera.
Tell me that's not absolutely horrifically terrible. And he's staring. Yo, fuck! He's staring right at me. His eyes just wanted. I did not like that. That was a lot. You're invited to a picnic, monster picnic, but the humans are allowed to be you. And the grand finale. That's how you know it's like an arrow. What do you think, Josiah? Best ride in Georgia?
It's pretty gnarly.
I just don't understand the appeal. It's nice, but it's just not.
Oh, look at that view! Wow! I missed this thing, Goliath. It's been a while. I love this ride. I cannot wait to experience this again. And I'm actually not stapled. I do have a little bit of room. Oh my god! Look at that view! Holy crap!
That's a good view. He likes it.
Dude! Dude, it's so good! Oh my god! What? This ride doesn't even make sense! What the fuck? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Dude, that's one of those coasters that still lives up to our expectations after 2 years of raving about it. Oh my god!
Goliath! Goliath! That's so that you just love the first time you do it. You come back 2 years later, you wonder if it'll meet those expectations that are just sky high for you because you loved it so much that first time, and I can safely say that's my favorite B&M Hyper by a mile. Like a mile. Mako doesn't even compare. Remotely compare to that. Not even close. Diamondback or like Diamond Slack. Bro, I went that far. Like, oh my god. Goliath! The only B&M Hyper I've ever been on to have sustained ejector airtime. The last 3 hills, legitimate ejector sustained airtime. It's amazing. Front row is actually the way to go on this one, contrary to a lot of other B&M Hypers. It's just an amazing coaster. That really got my adrenaline up. I was feeling so exhausted and so tired, but that really did it for me.
It was rad. It was pretty fun.
We're on a luck flume with National Coaster. This thing is going fast. Oh my gosh! This thing has some speed to it. Come on, Arrow, what are you up to? Oh my gosh. Wait, look at the speed section. This is so cool. This is awesome. I'm actually glad we rode this. There's Nightmare. There's Daredevil Dive. Dang, some good off-road shots of all these coasters, I do have to say. Look at that. Wow. Little tiny drop. Oh! Oh! It's okay, just a little bit. Oh, this is fun. I'm glad we did this. Great views as well. Georgia Scorcher, Goliath. Super cool. There's Daredevil Dive once again. Daredevil Dive looks super funky. Oh, I wish.
It's coming right now. It's coming right now.
Oh my god.
Dude, it's actually going to be the best overall anyone has of it. No way.
$20 for an off-ride shot if you would like to use it in one of your videos. Oh, that feels good in the Georgia heat, baby. Let's go! And I got the best shot of Goliath anyone's ever gotten. That'll be $20 for an off-ride shot to use in your video.
$5 royalty for the idea from
I'm kidding, guys. All my footage is copyright free. Use it however you'd like. Just give me credit. Yeah, I'm very not strict about that.
Okay, do that.
We're about to ride Gale Force. Look at the side. Gale Force warning. Oh, beautiful view of Georgia. Here we go. Down the first drop on Twisted Cyclone. Whoa!
Alright,
actually like the front
that
row
is got with some paint on it.
That was a surprise.
And stickers.
Alright, we're getting back in line for Twisted Cyclone because it was a great ride, you know? I really enjoyed that. He's acting up. I think you have more energy, Josiah.
Dude, that was a fun ride in the back row.
Yeah, that was
no line, which is awesome.
Great coaster, yeah, and the line
These are Mark's best friends.
I hate these bees. They're everywhere in this park, and they suck.
Yeah, the
But
bees do
Chef,
suck.
For being one of the weaker RMCs, and as much as I do give that ride some criticism for being short, it is a great coaster. I do really enjoy it. I'm sure it's going to be drastically overshadowed by Air Force One later, but on its own, fantastic ride. And I think that if that was the first RMC, it would be awesome. All right, I forced Josiah to get back in line for Monster Mansion. Sorry.
I'm not complaining. Hey, what's up?
We met it with Dominic?
Yeah, that's me. What's up? How you doing?
Yeah, so Atlanta coaster enthusiast?
That's me. I'm here like every other weekend. Like 20
That's
minutes
awesome.
down the road. I love
Yeah.
it so much.
We're definitely loving your home park.
I love it, yeah.
It's a great park, it really is. Excellent collection of coasters, and of course you have this gem of a dark ride, Monster Mansion, which is so cool.
I'm telling you.
Also pretty solid flat rides as well. He's laughing in the corner because we just keep praising Monster Mansion. He's like,
it's a good ride, but it's funny. You guys are loving it.
Best ride in Georgia, the very first one.
Yes.
Oh god.
Oh my god!
Literally ice spikes. Look at the wake. That's Ice Spice, bro. I'm telling you, that's Ice Spice. Can I go for his water? Really just to answer your question, maybe. I can't blame him. Yeah, there's literally saliva.
Stay out of the marsh! Oh no!
He seems really pissed off that we're going to the marsh. Oh, Goliath, how I love you. Also, we just got done with Monster Ranching. How'd you like that?
It's perfect. I have nothing to say about it.
It's literally amazing.
It's awesome.
It's grown on you a lot today, hasn't it?
It has grown on me.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's like, what, 4 rides?
Oh, so fun.
Yeah, 4 times. Yeah, it's absolutely one of the best rides. One of the best dark rides I think I've ever been on.
I want to say 10, but it might be top 5 dark ride. It's tough. I have to check.
It's so good.
Really, really solid.
Really awesome ambiance to that. Yeah, we're heading back on Goliath, and then we're heading on to Fun Spot Atlanta for Air Force One, guys. Let's go.
Pause, damn it. What's wrong? This. Oh, I see. It's a really weird fit. I'm trying to figure out where it went. It goes here. It's a really weird spot for it. Other side. Sticker 1. Resoundingly not a fan of these. Okay, and the eyes obviously. Where's the red go? Oh, it goes on the head, doesn't it? The silver for the head. So it starts the okay, where's the red go? Does red go along the side or? Oh, it goes along tint data. Okay. I hadn't realized that.
Okay, so we just got off of Goliath 2 times. Oh my god! Oh my god! Like, is the community riding the same ride as us? Like, this
It's not that rattly,
it's
y'all.
so
It's so
good.
cracked. Those final 3 hills
It's not rough
is
at
like
all.
some of the best air, not even on any B&M, just in general. It is perfect.
Oh
It's
my-
so good. It's so good. It's so good.
Just gotta settle the debate. Best B&M hyper in America. I don't even see Shambhala beating it. I'm sorry. Like, I'm gonna ride it soon.
Oh, yes.
How'd you like it? How'd you like it? How'd you like it?
It was great.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was great. Follow my Instagram at New York Drake. Follow my Instagram at New York Drake.
Alright, Goliath is amazing. I can't believe we're riding a better coaster today. Like, even though I know it's true, I'm still skeptical because Goliath is just that freaking good. But anyways, we're heading out now to Fun Spot. Can't wait. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Open till 10. We're not gonna stay till 10, but hopefully enough to get some night rides. It's gonna be a great time.
Fun.
I'm so excited.
Credits. Here we go.
We get out of our Uber, and you know what we see? Oh my! Dude, the entrance is just like right here. Like, dude, you can go all around.
You can go under the salt.
This is so weird. It looks like unfinished. You cannot tell me this is an RMC. at a fun spot.
Dude, ready.
Oh my goodness.
Trying to get this off. I need pliers again. Or not pliers, but whatever. I know what I need. Alright, so we'll get those pried apart. So what I'm going to do here is once these red stickers all around the base of the ladybug, I'm going to coat this in silver and then paint it red, just plain red. So I will paint it silver, let it dry, and come back to it. This will be the opportune time to break out my paint stand, which is up in my room. So I will go get that. Take a look at something else here. Yeah, okay. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get something. And I'm back. Put my drying rack here. this on it. And just let that dry. All right. I'll come back to you. Get into the eyes still. Need that to dry completely before I can do so. So, moving on to God Papillon. No, God Kamakiri.
There is God Kuma, and
incredible. How is that at a fun spot? There's gonna be a lot of bleeping in this video. What the f? I just got off of a roller coaster that, like, instantly I just knew one of the top 10 best I've ever been on. Oh my god! Honestly, that is one of the greatest rides I've ever been on.
I've done it like 50 times at this point.
Did you see us on that final race run? Look at the rest of this park. This is what the rest of the park looks like. This is Fun Spot. You see this? This fun slide? That's at the same park as Air Force One. I forgot to mention that the quad down was so insane that it literally broke my phone case. Like, it's literally, like, so screwed up. Oh my god. Oh my god! It's between this and Air Force One for my number.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
That's at the same park as Air Force One, guys. Alright guys, we're on credit 3 of 3. It's called Hurricane. Same name as the one in the city, and it's even the same model, however it has a completely different layout. I actually really like these milers. They're so janky but so fun. I'm terrified. Oh my god. Here we go. Oh! The thing about milers is they're actually pretty smooth, but they're janky at the same time. Yeah. Here's a trip. Oh my god. Whoa! Whoa! What? Oh my. A double down? Whoa! 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 I liked that. That was fun. It's actually a pretty fun ride. Whoa! Oh my god, it's like falling apart. Literally, this is in the same park as Air Force One. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was unironically so fun for like such a terrible ride. That was fun. I like it more than the Kissimmee one because the Kissimmee one tries to kill you in a bad way. This tries to kill you in a really fun way. I agree. Yeah, it's good. Wow, the sky out here. Georgia is such a beautiful state. We really wanted to take advantage of the light we had left to take footage of the ride. Now we're heading over to marathon the heck out of it for the next 2 hours. All that'll be left for the vlog is one more POV. Because, I mean, look at that, it's stunning. And then also a nighttime POV. Honestly.
Gotta go get a marker. 1 sec. I was going to use this earlier to work on cube keyring, and I didn't. I forgot to put it back in my box.
What an amazing experience to come out and ride this. Worth every penny spent to come to Atlanta, honestly. One ride would have been worth it. This is amazing. Okay, we missed the sunset ride, but it is night. Oh my god! How is this even allowed? No way, you can't see anything! Oh my god! Oh my god! Say hi to the video. Hey. Okay, so I wanted her to be in the video because her hair goes flying after every airtime hill. It's so funny. Y'all need to see this. This is the best roller coaster I've ever been on. It's better than anything at Six Flags. Better than anything at Six Flags. Check out her hair if you can see it. It's so fun.
We'll have it paint there.
Oh my god, that was my breaking point. Any more and I would have been dead, bro. It would have been literally my favorite ride-off. Say hi to the video, say hi to the video.
Are you guys coming back?
We'll be back someday. I'm from California, but I'll fly back to Atlanta someday. That was amazing. Y'all nailed it with this. This ride is amazing. Going in. Guys, that really was one of the best nights I've ever spent as a theme park enthusiast. And what a gift it is to be a theme park enthusiast. Meeting all these people, like strangers. We just ran into strangers.
Yeah, these guys have been awesome for our trip. They had
This trip would be nothing without you guys. Like, honestly, like, we've had an amazing experience. The ride operators, even the general public, dude, have been amazing. We have met everyone in Atlanta. Shout out to Atlanta. Everyone in Atlanta has been awesome. And like, just a major shock. I mean, Six Flags Over Georgia was great. Definitely no shade to them. But we had more fun at Fun Spot.
Yeah,
All of us can agree. Fun Spot is just such a corny, fun, awesome thing to do. It's just a great place to hang out. Area Force 1 is unbelievable. The go-karts was awesome. I did that off camera. That was great. Yeah, like this is just like a really cool little place.
It totally exceeded my expectations. I wasn't expecting much. Everything, not just Area Force 1, the park included, were way better than I expected.
It's just like a janky, fun mess. Like, I love it. It's just awesome. It's a beautiful, chaotic mess.
And it's gonna get, like, so much better.
Oh, and you can expect to see some more big rides here from what I understand. This park has a bright future, and coming here and seeing that for myself was really a special experience. So, yeah, overall, amazing, amazing day. Thank you all so much for watching this video. If you'd like to see kind of like a part 2 to this trip to Atlanta, on my second channel, Travel Dash, we will be doing some hiking tomorrow, so I'll see you guys over on that channel. But in terms of Coaster Dash, that's going to be all for today. So, it's been an amazing day. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'll see you all very soon.
Yeah, baby!
Good morning, you guys. Today we're going to ride Air Force 1.
It's still dark outside. I gotta get going, because we've got a 40-minute drive to Fun Spot. So, let's roll in. Here we go! Fun Spot!
A little longer than a few minutes later.
We're so close. Oh my god. I don't know when I'll be able to see the coaster. I'm just gonna record the whole rest of the trip so I can catch my very first reaction on camera. I'm so excited. I feel like my heart's gonna explode. Oh my god, there it is! Yes! Oh, so beautiful! We're here, you guys. Whoa! Dude! That is so sick! Oh my gosh. Wow, we're about to be on that. Holy crap. I can't believe it. Bro! Okay, we gotta like check in and everything. What's happening? So ready. Born ready.
You're in for a treat, brother. Amazing. Go ahead and show you where to park and then you can get in there.
Thank you, sir. Oh, look at it, you guys. We're going to it. Oh my god. I was just thinking on the drive down here how this time last year I was like, the channel was picking up, I was earning some money, and I was really feeling like the dream is coming true, like things are actually happening. And here we are, 1 year later, I've quit my job to do this full time, and I'm here for my first ever media day event, for another event, freaking Air Force One. All checked in. We got a t-shirt, got a little badge. We're gonna go drop the bag off in the media building and head over to Air Force One. Look at the fun mirrors. Whoa. Wife sound effect. We made it to the media center and we ran into Max from Theme Parks with Max.
Hi, glad to be here.
Yes, dude, so nice to meet you. I'm so freaking ready to ride as well. Max has already ridden.
I've already ridden, and it's early in the morning, and it is flying. Fun Spot did amazing.
Dude, he even said it's better than Iron Gwazi, so I'm so excited. I heard it's Iron Gwazi pacing with more variety and elements, so I'm like,
I can't paint
let's get on. I really hope I get a scheduled reverse.
Maybe paint the yellow, but my yellow paint's always coming out terrible, so I'm just gonna not.
Unfortunate, but we're not bringing GoPros. But it's a really cool ride.
You guys, this thing looks absolutely beautiful in person. The videos don't do it justice. I mean, it looks sick in the videos, but it looks even cooler in person. This is awesome. Now, I can't wait to find Dr. Coaster or Sean, which we met in Florida. He's around here. I'm excited to see him again today, and everyone else who's going to be here. It'll be a good opportunity to make some more friends in the Coaster creator community. So, stoked for that as well. I definitely want to ride, but I was really hoping to wait until I could do a reverse POV. I would love to do a reverse POV. I didn't get a time like locked in though, so I'm scared I won't be able to get one. Filming right now. That's so cool. You can see the camera with the flash on. That's sick. I really hope I can get one because I want to share this with you guys so bad. Oh, how's it going?
Orlando Coasters YouTube channel.
Orlando Coasters! Hey, what's up? Zooners are awesome. Right here, you're in it, dude.
Awesome, let's go.
Hey! Here we go, you guys. It's time to ride. I still have a POV scheduled, but I'm just gonna go ahead and ride some, and then hopefully I can get a POV later. For now, I just want to get on the coaster. I was really gonna share my very first time reaction with you guys, but I'll see you after the ride. Hey, there's Upstop Media / Coaster Force over there working. Looks like he's working hard. There we go. We're hitting the back row. You already know. Oh my god. Woo! Let's see who's coming in on the second train. Oh, I see Dr. Coaster. We got Sean. Hey! Guys, Jet. What's up, guys? Woo! Hey! Alright, let's do it. Let's go. Oh my god, here we go. This is gonna be so cool. Alright, I gotta put you guys away though.
Alex's first ride.
Here we go, guys. You guys, that was absolutely insane. I think that's better than Iron Gwazi. All the elements are so unique. The second half of the ride is totally different from the first. Like, the air type is just aggressive. On all those little bunny hills at the end, it is absolutely insane. The quad down, so freaking sick. That stall feels so unique. That was amazing. The first drop, rips you out of your seat in the back seat. I was just like floating the whole way down. The Raven Truss. It speeds up so much when you go down. It feels like a whole nother second drop, like a whole nother first drop essentially in that element. Absolutely amazing.
All right, you guys, up next, we're hitting up the front seat. We got Max, this Liam, Coasters, wait, what was it, Coasters Crazy?
Crazy Coasters International.
Crazy Coasters International, let's go.
Front row was also absolutely incredible. I'm not sure which one's better. I think I prefer the back because you just ripped down that first drop, but the front was absolutely amazing. The wind, we're going so fast. Okay, we're going. Okay, as I was saying before, I was gonna ride with Sean.
We just rode.
So that was great. We were in the middle seat. So much freaking fun. Hey, Taylor Sarah. Hey, guys.
Enjoy. It's so fun.
I love Sarah. Love you too, Taylor. Round 4, here we go.
Riding with Miguel from Theme Parks Uncovered right here.
Everyone's vlogging. Everyone's vibing. It's so fun. And freaking incredible. Absolutely amazing. Literally, it's just only getting faster too. It's already become noticeably faster.
It's warming up. It's getting a little bit quicker.
That was the first time I grayed out a little bit on the Helix.
Yeah, the Helix pulls some positives. They really do. But that airtime though, after the double up, oh my god! It just throws you out and it just keeps pulling you.
Thanks for riding with me, brother.
It was amazing.
Dude,
it was fun.
incredible.
We looked into each other's eyes and had an amazing experience, and we got to know each other.
We had a full-on conversation.
Yeah, on the stall.
Even the connection. That is just one of the most intimate things you can share with a person.
The stall's very romantic.
It really is.
It really is. You kind of fall in love with the person you're with a little bit every time.
Miguel locked eyes. It was quite an experience.
We got Colonel Hurley here. Truly an honor to have him. He's gotten riding for the first time to share the experience of how this is similar to riding in a space shuttle, I hope, right? And,
Woo! We're getting a rewrite, I think. They told us to stay up here. So you just like, do we just pop in wherever? I don't know what's going on.
We'll find out. We were told to get like up here.
I just finished up ride number 6.
That was 21 for Sean. 13.
And we just got to ride with Johnny Jr. himself and astronauts. I don't remember his name. Colonel Hurley? Yeah, Colonel Hurley. Astronaut. So that was sick. We just kind of happened upon that, and we got a re-ride with him, which was amazing. Oh my god. Now I need some like food and water. I feel my body deteriorating.
Aggressive! That airtime is ripping you out.
We're gonna have an opening ceremony now.
Opening ceremony? Let's go. Yes. How was that? Alright, you guys are taking a break from Airy because it closed for the opening ceremony.
And we have some besties as well, of course. We got Penny,
Savina, and hey, right over there. He's not paying attention. That's okay. Attention. Hey!
how's everyone doing this morning? We are so excited today to join you as we celebrate the partnership between Rocky Mountain Construction and Fun Spot America Theme Parks right here in Fayetteville. To help build Air Force One.
President of RMC, you guys.
Good morning, everybody. All the RMC fans, thank you so much for your support.
Woo! We love you!
How many people love those negative G's on roller coasters?
Woo!
Real American hero. I'm excited to introduce to you Colonel Doug Hurley, who is an American engineer, former Marine Corps pilot, and a retired NASA astronaut. He is the man, are you ready, who piloted the final mission of the Space Shuttle Atlantis, and then wasn't done quite yet. He went back to space with the first liftoff of SpaceX. Wow. He knows a little bit about living in anti-gravity because he also spent time on the ISS, the International Space Station.
Unbelievable ride. I can't thank John Jr. enough for inviting me. Fun Spot, F-18. I flew the F-18 for many years with the Marines, and pulling those G's, doing barrel rolls, I couldn't have done it as well as this thing does this time. I mean, it feels just like you're flying low to the ground in a fighter. And then, of course, the weightlessness is much like being in space.
I want to point out one other person. We had one bad event on this roller coaster, and it happened yesterday afternoon. We had our first casualty. We recovered it this morning. My good friend, Mark McHugh and Diane, lost his phone. He was supposed to have it on. Let me hear you. Are you ready? All right, here we go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go.
Not jazzed about the yellow on that head. The eyes are fine. You take the ceiling in, but the yellow bit.
Oh, cool! The colors!
Whatever. Moving on.
Okay, let's go one spot.
C2 and C8.
That was so hype. Oh, where's he going? Wow! That was awesome. I'm gonna go eat. Time to get some food. Yes, we've got some food now. Thank you so much, Fun Spot. This looks amazing. First one here for lunch. Let's go. And we're gonna transfer footage, get some editing done while we watch Air Force One go by. Whoop! 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 Winding through the queue line here. Alright, you guys, we're here with another really awesome person, Katie's Coasters! Go subscribe to her. She just did her third ride, is that correct? Third ride, yes. What do you
This
think?
ride is so good. Definitely a top tier RMC. I love it so much. The outer bank's amazing.
Oh, there's so much. You're just like
all the elements are so
yeeted
good.
out of your seat for so long on the outer
Any
bank.
row is honestly really good. Like I
Truly.
can't say there's a bad row.
There's definitely not. No bad rows on this coaster. The back is utterly insane. So is the front, just in different spots. It's so weird.
And the stall is so good. Like
Yeah,
you
the
do
stall.
like motions.
Literally, like, you have a full-on conversation. I played rock, paper, scissors on it. It's been a good time.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah. Well, great to see you, Katie.
Yeah.
We're up to 11 rides now, and we're going to take a moment to go around and get some cool shots over in the gravel pits. Okay, check this out, you guys. Wow, that is so sick. And you can walk literally right under the stall. That is so cool. Uh-huh. Yep, we're standing under it, that's for sure. That's so cool. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Woo! Hi! You guys, I wish the video could do this coaster justice. It is absolutely gorgeous in person. Oh, so freaking cool. Today has been such an amazing experience.
Back
And it's
legs.
what? Me looking at my wrist like I have a watch on. And it's only 12:37. We still got all day here essentially. I really hope I can get some on-ride footage though. I'm sad I haven't gotten any yet, but maybe we can. Just maybe. Probably not though. I'm so sorry, you guys. I hope you've enjoyed the vlogs thus far. But anyway, so incredibly grateful for this experience, and it's so cool to be able to just walk around the coaster right now. Like, I love that they have this open for us here. Ooh, this shot is fun right through here. Look at that. Oh, delicious. And that little speed hill really hits. That thing packs a freaking punch. Go, go, go! Woo! Hi, Sean! I'm good, how are you? Yeah, dude, it's so sick. Woo! There we go. Never gets old. Beautiful. Absolutely incredible. Man, the views of this coaster are absurd. We just spent so long like hanging out over there underneath the Zero-G stall. And that was amazing. Like the track just looks so good in the Georgia sun out here. Oh my gosh, like just I wish you guys could see this for real and not through the camera, you know? It looks so nice, it's so fun. We're checking out the merch here at Space Junk. Astronaut ice cream, a couple different shirts, a fidget popper thing, that's funny, and a nano coaster. I'm gonna get the nano coaster. These bucket hats, I love the reversible bucket hats so much. That blue
Then God
looks
Kumo.
amazing.
Oh, the God
Oh, the
Kumos.
other one's like space. That's so cool. Alright, you guys, more live stream content incoming in the future. I still gotta build my Gwazi one. Yeah.
I've never built one before, it should be a riot.
Oh, nice. They're pretty easy to assemble, but it's a nice little just like activity to do while streaming. We just snacked some more food, now we're on the hunt for more donuts.
I smell carbs. Sean's on the hunt.
They're still there. It's carb senses are tingling. Well, we didn't find donuts, but
the carbs. We got carbs.
The carb senses were still accurate.
The black is right. Okay. I can do that.
Okay, we got little things of ice cream and macrons. What? Sean just called them macrons pretty baddies. And I just thought that was amazing. That's one of the smartest I've ever seen, actually. I'm proud of myself. Yeah, you should be. I'm proud of you too. Food vlog, food vlog, food vlog.
Hold on. Yeah, this view is beautiful too, very. Oh my gosh.
So, Alex and I have one for the view. Look at that. Here it comes.
You're my best view.
I told that a few times today, I swear. Sorry, Mom, I'm eating dessert first.
You're an adult now.
You do what you want.
Liam just did a little interview with me.
Really quick, he's working. God, I'm gonna be quiet. He's doing a key walkthrough.
Look at that setup though. Dude's got a professional setup right here. Woo, here they come. This morning started off chilly, but now it is hot out. It's 76 degrees, I'm feeling that humidity. It's warm. Jet and I are hitting up another ride. This will be ride number 13. What's the count for you, do you know?
I don't know, maybe like 11 or 10.
Nice. Ride number 16. Going down. Bro got that lens though. Yay. Alright, you guys, I'm rolling out now. Today was so much fun. I'm so exhausted. 16 rides on this thing was pretty freaking epic, to say the least.
I got like 20.
Super thankful to be here. I hope you guys enjoyed the vlog. If you did, of course, please be sure to leave a like on this video. It really helps me out a lot. Watch the video on the screen now, and I'll see you there. Bye!
Okay. This sheet's cleaning up. Use this to clean you up. I'm getting black all over this thing. I can break out the rubbing alcohol if I need to. I don't worry about that now. Good enough. Okay. Serviceable. So here is God Kamakiri and God Kumo. God Kamakiri. God Kumo. 2 more. Time for the best God Papillon. Right back to the contents. Photograph here. So light on. Not as much as you would think of this one. This contains the head. Which makes it my least favorite part of a kit, because it means I'm gonna have to paint it. There's the face sticker. There's the face. Blue eyes, black cheeks, red on the chin. Let's not that out right now. Let's find something else. Pokemon Go. Is it actually over, or what's happening here?
Who killed Pokemon Go? What is going on with Pokemon Go? Is it just pure incompetence? Or is there something more sinister going on behind the scenes? It all started with the changes made to remote raid passes. Now, remote raid passes were easily the most unanimously loved feature they have ever added to the game. They were originally added during the height of the pandemic to allow players to still enjoy the game from home, but it did much more than that. So much so that it basically fixed the fundamental problems plaguing the game since release. You see, all of the best content in the game, like legendaries and mega Pokemon, are locked behind raids. Now, raids work as follows. A raid will spawn at any random location at any random time IRL. It will then hatch into whatever the raid Pokemon is, and stay there for the next 45 minutes. From there, you need to physically go to where the raid is happening, exchange your raid pass that you get only once a day, and work together with other players to beat it. On paper, it sounds pretty fun, but in practice, it's one of the most stupid mechanics I've ever played. Because who the hell is going to be at this random park side at 1:45 p.m. on a Tuesday afternoon to catch a Landorus? The only way to really participate in the game is if you have a heavily coordinated and dedicated group of players that preferably live in the city to meet up at these random locations at random times. If you don't have that, now this is where remote raid passes come in. Because with a remote raid pass, you can join a raid from anywhere. As long as you have someone on your friends list present at the raid to invite you, you can join any raid in the world. Because of this feature, Pokemon Go made more money during the pandemic than when it peaked in 2016. That's how popular this feature was. However, from day one, remote raid passes were a reluctant addition. They were only there to keep profits up during the pandemic, and now that the pandemic has subsided, they've been slowly trying to phase them out. Starting with removing the free weekly remote raid pass, the addition of elite raids, which is essentially just a raid that doesn't allow remote raid passes, and finally, the thing that has them in hot water right now, doubling the price of remote raid passes, and adding a cap to how many you can use. This was the final straw. Tons of Pokemon Go players took to the internet, making their voice heard. Any single post relating to the game was flooded with players posting exactly how they felt about these changes, to the point where it was impossible to not see it. All the while Niantic turns a blind eye and acts like nothing's happening. But that's not where the fun ends, because the worst thing you can do after a PR disaster like this is screw up even more. Literally right after the remote raid pass change, we had the April Fool's event, which had fans clamoring for the recently released Zorua to make an appearance. But instead, Pokemon Go players were treated to having all spawns for the entire day changed to Pidgey. Now a move as bold as that, that's funny. Basically telling players to hold the L. But it didn't stop there, because Niantic decided that the most recent Elite Raid, which is an event that only happens on one day, and on one day only, and also requires you to go to a random location at a random time, should happen on Easter. You know, a day when a lot of people are going to be busy spending time with family and friends. Why? Well, there are two potential things going on here, both equally as dubious. The mental gymnastics these guys do when asked about it is crazy, justifying these changes because they want to hone in on their core demographic of Singaporean grandmothers. In reality, what they really want is your location data. They ain't getting any useful data to sell if people can play the game from home. So anything that enables that's gotta go, even if that means making the game unplayable for a lot of people. Because you know, as they say, if something is free, you're the product. Now the next theory is so insane, it's hard even for myself to believe, but it seems like Niantic is self-sabotaging. You see, Pokemon Go isn't the only game Niantic has made. Niantic has pumped out various other Pokemon Go clones, but with other IPs, all of which typically crash and burn because they aren't Pokemon. But Niantic's next game, Peridot, is a little different, because this time around, it's not borrowing from any other IP, it's completely owned by Niantic. So what's Peridot like? Well, it's quite literally just a Pokemon Go ripoff, complete with knockoff Pokemon. You see, when you want to use an existing IP, that right comes at a cost. A cost that doesn't exist if you don't borrow from any other IP. Now, I don't think it's far-fetched to believe that Pokemon Go's current state and the upcoming release of their one-to-one clone is a pure coincidence. Having Pokemon Go be a dumpster fire, while offering players a one-to-one alternative, that profits you more
Since half of this
isn't
is
out
the
of the
head,
realm of
I
possibility.
can't do anything with the head
However,
right now.
if Niantic's plan
I'm
really
kinda
is to try and make players jump ship from Pokemon Go to Peridot, it has to be one of the most insane and tone-deaf plans ever conceived. You see, there's a reason why every game like Pokemon Go dies. It's not the game mechanics that carry Pokemon Go. It's the IP. People love Pokemon, and if it weren't for that, Pokemon Go itself would have been left in 2016. So what do you guys think? Let me know in the comments below. I love hearing from you guys, and I make sure to reply to everyone. If you made it to the end of this video, or just love my objective opinions, make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. We're getting ever so closer to that 1,000 subscriber goal, so every little bit of support helps. But anyways, I'll see you guys next time. Ciao, fellas.
Hello, Gurmagon theme. This show is old now. That hurts. 15. 16. Shit. That was freshman year of college when I first discovered it. And that was like, 2 or 3 years after the fact already. Tiny butterfly head. Oof. That's upside down. I'm just gonna use the sticker for this part. I don't even want to risk trying to paint that.
They say if you build it, they will come. And it's with that mentality that the FunSpot Atlanta team has invested millions of dollars into Air Force One, a state-of-the-art, brand-new, world-class steel coaster. It towers over the rest of the park, standing 155 feet in the air, speeds of 64 miles per hour, flipping you upside down 4 times. And it is an incredible ride. I highly recommend you go out and experience it for yourself, and if you want to hear more about that ride experience, there's already a full separate review of it on this channel. Please go give it a watch. But in this video, I want to focus on a different side of things, and that is the long-term impact of Air Force One on FunSpot. It's no secret that this ride is a little weird being at this park. The property was only purchased by the FunSpot family a few years ago. It used to operate as Fun Junction USA. It opened in 1990, so clearly they've been doing well enough to survive for this long. They have a kiddie coaster, an E&F miler, some go-karts, and when the Airy family purchased this property, they said, we really want to beef it up, add in something special, and boom, enter Air Force 1. A ride so big, they had to put it here because there was no room at Fun Spot Kissimmee or Orlando, and after experiencing it for myself, I would absolutely say this is the best ride in Georgia. So roller coaster enthusiasts are sure to go out and experience it, but will the general public make a trip out there to do it? That is the question. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of enthusiasts out there, but if they want to make a return on investment, they're going to need a lot more people than just enthusiasts to go out and ride this thing. And really, only time is going to give us the answer to that question. But until then, here's some things to think about. Air Force One was manufactured by Rocky Mountain Construction. While their coasters tend to be not quite as expensive as other manufacturers, this is still no small investment. I haven't been able to find a rock-solid price listed for Air Force One. I keep seeing mixed reports that it could be as low as $12 million or as high as $18 million. So likely it's somewhere in between. It's a really impressive structure that stands out like a sore thumb in this park. Nothing else here comes close to matching the quality of this ride. Most of the other rides at Fun Spot Atlanta are off-the-shelf, plug-and-play attractions. It makes you wonder, how are they able to afford this thing? And really the answer is in their other two parks, in Orlando and Kissimmee, which are very profitable. You know, they're right next to Universal and Disney. They're absolutely taking some of that money and funneling it towards this attraction. I am worried about their return on investment. I went on opening day for this coaster, and the longest line it got was immediately after the opening ceremony at about 30 minutes, which for a park of this size is totally respectable. I don't see them ever getting a line that long again. I went back the next day, and it was a complete walk-on. At one point, I remember seeing only one other person on that train. The fact is, the Atlanta location just does not get the attendance that the other two have. Fayetteville, Georgia is not a destination like Florida is. There's no other nearby attractions here. You'd have to drive another 25 or so minutes to downtown Atlanta or 30 or so minutes to Six Flags Over Georgia. They also are at a disadvantage because they're not off of a major interstate. It's not like you're going down I-75 and you're like, oh man, there's Air Force One, let's pull over and ride it. You have to leave the highway to go find this thing. When it was established as Fun Junction, it was very much set up to be a family entertainment center for locals. So we're seeing a shift in mentality here. The Fun Spot team is banking on people making specific trips out there just to do Air Force. Which as a coaster enthusiast, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna do that. I know that I bought a Fun Spot pass partially because of this ride. I don't know if I would have done that otherwise. For people who did not buy a pass, they're gonna be paying $12 for one ride on Air Force. And let's say that you have a full train, 20 riders, each one paid $12 to ride. I mean, you just made $240 off of one train, assuming that people actually did pay that price to ride it. On one of the days that I was at Fun Spot Atlanta, I walked into Air Force and they weren't even scanning wristbands. That means that essentially you could have just waltzed on in and hopped on the train for free. I'm not sure if they were just newly trained employees or they forgot. They gotta be making sure to scan those things. Millions and millions of dollars was poured into this attraction. I would hate for them to miss out on additional income because people are taking advantage of the system. The good news is that Air Force One is probably so good that I imagine most people would probably opt to get a wristband instead of just paying for one ride. So that way they can do it over and over again. One day wristband at Fun Spot Atlanta is about $40, which when you say, okay, that's a little bit more than 3 rides on the coaster, plus you also get go-karts and some of the other attractions, that's pretty solid. The problem is, when it comes to theme parks, a lot of the public will just choose one to go to, and you have Six Flags Over Georgia nearby, where you can pay about the same price and get a full day experience. More roller coasters, higher quality park. I mean, granted, it probably will end up being more once you factor in like parking and paying for overpriced food, but Fun Spot is not set up as a full day destination. Realistically, if you were just paying the $12, you could walk into Fun Spot, ride Air Force and leave, and you'd be done in 15 minutes. If you're staying to do all the attractions, then maybe 2-3 hours. So it's going to be a mixed bag based off of how people spend their money. You know, also I'll throw in that the state of Six Flags Over Georgia will, I think, positively impact Fun Spot. The public's opinion of that park can be hit or miss. They've definitely had a reputation in the past for not being the best, and that's why you'll get a lot of people to drive further away to go to a higher quality park like Dollywood or Carowinds. But I think when it comes to an attraction like this, you really have to think about it from the long-term perspective, not just right now. This is something that'll take a couple of years to really pay off. But the thing is, during that time, they're also going to be spending money on maintaining it. It's a big ride. It's going to cost a lot of money to keep up with. It's just the reality. We've never seen a ride this size at the other Fun Spot parks. I hope they're not in over their heads. I like to think they'll take care of it. I mean, this is really the creme de la creme of their chain. They did go with a steel structure for this coaster instead of a wood one, which is the same as what they did on White Lightning and Mind Blower. It just means less maintenance, you don't have to replace those wood boards. But steel comes with its own challenges. You still gotta keep up with it. Sure, the ride is all shiny and new now, but give it a couple of years. How will it be looking? I know Mind Blower is a wood coaster, not a steel coaster, but that's an example of a ride that has not aged well at all. And even with the ride just opening, I was hearing reports from some people saying that Air Force was overshooting the brake run. Now, I have gotten confirmation that anything you've heard about that is false. Yes, the ride has been running really hot into the brakes, but nothing about the ride is out of control or out of spec. The brakes have been working as they should, and that comes directly from the CEO of Irvine Andre Engineering, who programmed the ride. And for those curious, they also confirmed they have no intentions of putting trims on the coaster. So if you thought the ending was crazy, it's gonna stay that way. But regardless, the outcome of this ride will absolutely play into whether the Fun Spot team decides to go with RMC again. Both the Fun Spot and RMC teams have hinted that they might be partnering up again in the future, which is great, but Fun Spot's only gonna do that if Air Force was a big success. You got a freaking awesome ride out of it, but I also can't help but wonder how many of the people here even know this place exists. I drove around Atlanta all weekend, and I did not see one billboard or sign for Air Force One. And I feel like when you have a big coaster this size, you should have something up there. Now, I don't know if they're running TV commercials or what their online ads look like, but I hope they market the crap out of this thing.
They've been doing
There's a
TV
lot of
commercials,
people in
I can vouch for
Atlanta. The
that.
current population of the greater metro area is at over 6 million people. That's a lot of folks who are probably within an hour's drive of Fun Spot. I think Air Force One has so much potential to do wonders for this property. The next thing they need to do, though, is get people to want to stay in this park for more than just the roller coaster. They need to spend some money on infrastructure. They got that standout ride to get people to want to come out to the park, but now they have to make the place look nice. A lot of this park is kind of an eyesore, but I know there's also a balance to it. Where do you place your money? On one hand, people will probably travel to go check out a new ride, not because you installed new planters and flower beds, but once they're there, they're likely to stay longer and spend more money because the place is nice. So this is going to be a place to watch for the next couple of years, see what happens. I really wish them so much success. I'm going to put my trust in the Airy family here. I don't know them personally, but I like to think that they will have done their homework before making a big decision like this. They've been running their 2 parks in Florida for a long time. They seem like really good people, and from what I've heard, smart with their finances. So this ride really has the potential to be a big turning point for their company. So let me know down in the comments below, what do you think the impact of Air Force One is going to be on the Fun Spot parks? Do we see more RMCs there in the future, or will it not end up being the turnout they were hoping for? Post all those thoughts down in the comments below, and stay tuned for more here at Coaster Studios, and I'll see you next time.
I'll go back to the sense in a minute there. I'm a fan of how the purples clash. Well, they suggested cutting out the purple bits on the sticker, which I could try. What does the purple marker look like? About the same shade. Yeah. D3. Let that dry for a bit there before I try to put it together. I'll do that. Let me look on this other wing. Sure, let's do RMC ranked.
I've ridden every operating roller coaster manufactured by Rocky Mountain Construction. RMC builds rides all over the world. They're located up in North Idaho and really got their start in 2011 with the new Texas Giant at Six Flags Over Texas. They used their patented iBox track, which allowed them to redo old wood roller coasters and reinvent them by making them taller, faster, doing different elements. And ever since then, they have been a smash hit. As of April 2023, there are 24 operating RMCs. Obviously, new ones are being added every single year, so this is a list that will eventually need an update. And when I look at all of these rides, every single one of them, in my opinion, is at least a 9 out of 10. We're looking at some of the best roller coasters on the planet, which makes this an incredibly hard ranking to do. Even right up until I started making this video, I was moving rides around. Frankly, depending on how a ride is running one day, how recently I've ridden them, where I sit on the train, all are contributing factors to how I rate these roller coasters. My opinion is constantly changing, but after a considerable amount of thought, this is the order I came up with. So at the number 24 spot, we have Jersey Devil at Six Flags Great Adventure. This actually does not use their iBox track, but instead their Raptor track. So you're sitting in a single file line on this one rail, allows you to do tighter elements, takes you through 3 different inversions, multiple airtime hills, and by no means is this a bad ride. None of these are. But I will say I think I was a little underwhelmed after I first experienced this attraction. It has gotten better over time, it's definitely warmed up, but I think in general, the iBox roller coasters are superior than the Raptor track coasters, and I just didn't feel that this one quite had the pacing that some others did. Which means one spot above it, we have Wonder Woman Flight of Courage at Six Flags Magic Mountain. This ride is a near clone of Jersey Devil, it just has a slightly different ending. And believe it or not, that ending I think actually does help this experience. So I definitely did like this more than Jersey Devil. If there was a downside, for some reason this one was a bit shakier than its sister at Great Adventure. I'm not sure the reason for that, but it didn't take away from the ride experience. I still immensely enjoyed this attraction. At number 22, we have Joker at Six Flags Discovery Kingdom. This one has always been my least favorite iBox coaster. Ever since I rode it back in 2016, it just didn't really do it for me. It still has a lot of the same elements that you find on other RMCs, such as a zero-G stall, barrel roll. The drop is cool the way it twists to the side, but this was RMC's first stab at redoing a GCI roller coaster, and I definitely think they've gotten better with those over time. I know this ride really has its fans, but in the grand scheme of things, this one was definitely a little bit forgettable. For the 21 spot, we have Twisted Cyclone at Six Flags Over Georgia. And this ride is great, it's just very short.
Yeah,
really,
that's true.
I think if it did another lap around, then this would be a different story. This ride would probably be a bit higher. I almost think of this as like an RMC light. You know, it's not super tall, still packs in some fun versions. I like the start of the ride, the wave turn is great. For what it is, it absolutely does pack a punch. It just doesn't stack up to some of these bigger rides. For number 20, we have Medusa Steel Coaster at Six Flags Mexico. And this ride is very cool. It's a redo of a CCI Woody, originally called Medusa. It was a terrain coaster, so I love the way that this ride hugs the ground at times, flies through the woods. It is not necessarily, though, an airtime focused experience, and I tend to lean towards rides that really have like crazy ejector airtime. And this one I felt was more so about bank turns and transitions, which is fine. I mean, it's good that there's a little bit of variety here. You know, you can't go wrong with that barrel roll drop. This was the first one that we saw in an RMC, so still one worth experiencing. At number 19, we have New Texas Giant. That was the first RMC. They really had a smash hit with their first big attraction. The Texas Giant was an icon, and they reinvented it with some really great moments. I love that first drop. My favorite moment is the airtime hill right before the mid-course brake run. It's a long experience, even though some of those last turns are a little slow. Nothing too crazy, kind of feels like it's gliding around at times, which is fine. Again, when this came out, we'd never seen anything like it. It's a really great coaster. It really makes you appreciate all of their newer ones, because when you see how they got started, it really is incredible. For number 18, we have Twisted Colossus at Six Flags Magic Mountain. And oh boy, this ride has dropped so much for me. This used to be one of my favorite RMCs. In my opinion, this ride should be so much better, but because of poor operations and the sheer design flaw with the dueling mechanism, the whole point of this roller coaster being a dueling RMC rarely ever occurs anymore. You are considered lucky if you get a dueling experience on this ride, which is not how it should be. Back when I first rode this, it was less than a year after it opened, and almost every single ride was a complete duel, both sides, and it was phenomenal. Each side on its own is good, but when you have to go through it alone, knowing that you should be passing over or under another train, it just leads to more frustration than joy. So for that reason, this ride really just annoys me more than anything. It's one of those coasters that is so close, but just not quite there. They almost had it. At the 17th spot, we have Iron Rattler at Six Flags Fiesta, Texas. This was the second ever iBox coaster RMC opened, and this thing is massive, standing 179 feet tall. It features RMC's first inversion. They test out going upside down with a 0G roll, and it is so cool, just the way that it's up on top of that quarry wall. The one downside is if you get a morning ride on Rattler, or it's a little colder out, the top section of this ride can be fairly slow. But when it's warmed up, it flies through some of those moments. It's a good time. That drop off the quarry wall is my favorite part, but you know, also that first drop is one of RMC's best, the way it just twists to the side. Goliath at Six Flags Great America is taking our number 16 spot. Like Twisted Cyclone, this one is a short ride, but I think that each element is really well done, so I love what they accomplished with this thing. This is the first topper track RMC to make this list. That technically makes this a wooden coaster. There are only 4 ever built. It was also RMC's first stab at doing a steel truss system, so that just gives it this really iconic, menacing look. And with the first drop of 180 feet, almost vertical, plus RMC's first dive loop and 0G stall, this thing still kicks. It's got great pacing and is a ton of fun to ride. Now we made it to our number 15 spot. This is Stunt Pilot at Silverwood. This is a modified standard Raptor layout. It's got a great panoramic view before you do the first drop. You plunge down to the ground, go through 3 different inversions, flying through this course, something that'll leave you breathless and wanting to get back in line. I also just love the colors of this thing. It just pops in the skyline. It's a second generation Raptor that is almost a near clone of Railblazer that came right before it. I do put this one slightly above Stunt Pilot. I love the rock work that we have here. I almost thought about putting these rides all in one category because of how similar they are. But when I thought about it, the reason I didn't is because I still prefer Wonder Woman Golden Lasso Coaster as my favorite Raptor. That's taking the 13th spot. Now, it has been a couple years since I've ridden this one. I have heard that's gotten kind of rough, so maybe after my next visit, this one will end up dropping a little bit. We'll see. But for some reason, this thing just runs way faster than I think most people expected, and that's why I love it so much. The pacing is just unbelievable. It is so relentless, and each of these elements are just bonkers, and there's nothing quite like being in that single file line. You feel like you're all by yourself just taking these crazy elements. Short ride, but oh so good. So we're officially at our halfway point with the number 12 attraction, Untamed at Walibi Holland. This ride's been given the nickname Mini Steel Vengeance by a lot of people, and I totally understand why. It's currently the RMC that features the most inversions out of any of them at 5. It's got such a great variety of elements. There's so much airtime. That first element after the drop is so quirky and weird. The second after you're just flying so low to the ground right underneath those larger elements is really cool. This one I love doing over and over and over again. The ride I would most similarly compare Untamed to is Twisted Timbers at King's Dominion. I've ridden this more than any other RMC in the world. I know it like the back of my hand. It's got some of RMC's best airtime. Those 3 massive hills of you back to back to back are just insane. This is another one with the barrel roll drops. Such a fun way to start off a ride. If you like being thrown up out of your seat in some really sudden movements, this is the ride for you. It's just so well done. So now we've made it to our number 10 spot, but before we do that, I just want to take the time to remind you guys that if you like RMC and you want to learn more about how these amazing coasters were brought to life, we actually made a feature-length documentary about Rocky Mountain construction, which is available right now on Vimeo. This Is How We Roll is the story of creator Fred Grubb, his idea for upgrading old wooden roller coasters, and then the practicality of how do we carry that out. It details different challenges they went through and how they overcame them, and gives you a deeper dive into some of your favorite roller coasters from the people that built them. Just head to vimeo.com/ondemand/thisishowwerollmovie, and if you enter the promo code BESTRMC, you'll get 10% off your purchase. Now, let's see which
I don't
RMCs
think you know
crack
pretty
my
well.
top 10. First up is Wicked Cyclone at Six Flags New England, and I love what they did with the layout of this thing. 3 different laps around this structure, so many fast-paced, twisted elements, and just so fluid in its transitions. No dead space at all whatsoever. Towards the end especially, you have so much speed flying into these inversions that are just like tucked away. And you know, on a hot summer day, this thing flies. And much like Twisted Colossus, the ride at our number 9 spot is one that has also fallen quite a bit for me. When it first opened, I said this was probably the best roller coaster in the world, but after some changes, Lightning Rod at Dollywood is just not the same. It's one of the most unreliable rides in the world, meaning there's a very good chance if you show up to Dollywood, you won't even get to ride this thing. But you have to give RMC credit because it is a prototype. They tried something that's never been done before, and that is putting a launch on a wooden coaster. And when it worked, it was crazy. It is so good. The way you just shot up to the top, getting crazy airtime over the dolly. The quad down is still one of my favorite elements in the world. But since then, you don't fly over the top as fast. They replaced some of the wood track with steel iBox track, so it's technically now more of a steel coaster than a wood coaster. So while I still very much enjoy this attraction, I think when you take all of that into account, that's why it's not as high as it used to be. Number 8, we have Storm Chaser at Kentucky Kingdom. And I feel like I've always liked this RMC a bit more than the average person. I've always thought it was just a phenomenal layout. The trick track double up is so aggressive. I think it was too much for some people. That's why you see that element also on Twisted Timbers, but they stretched it out a bit more because I think they realized it was too much on Storm Chaser. But I've done this thing when it is just unbelievable. One of the best paced roller coasters on the planet. The airtime is actually insane. They absolutely killed it with this transformation. Taking the number 7 spot is RMC's newest roller coaster, Air Force 1 at Fun Spot Atlanta. This thing is a beast. It's this hugely impressive attraction, such a long experience with a great variety of elements. The inversions on this thing are some of the best on the planet.
Okay.
Flying over the arcade, I love that wave turn you do. Really good stall as well. The one downside with this attraction is that the quad down I think is a bit much. Like that singular element is probably the most aggressive moment on any RMC. It's one of the few times where I'm like, okay, I think that actually it probably would have been better if we didn't go that crazy. It's the only reason that this ride is not higher up for me, but obviously it's still ranked at the number 7 spot out of all these roller coasters, so clearly everything else is just so good that it makes up for that ending. Just barely missing the top 5 is Outlaw Run at Silver Dollar City. This is another Topper Track Woody, actually RMC's first ride to use Topper Track. It's a terrain coaster that flies through the woods. This is one of my favorite night rides on the planet because it just gets so dark back there. Night rides on Outlaw Run are otherworldly. I love the first drop on this thing and that ending. Come on. This is the first wooden coaster to go upside down 3 times. It does this double barrel roll finale and it is so crazy. What a cool sensation. Still the only RMC to do something like that. It's one of RMC's older coasters, but man, this thing is still one of the best rides on the planet. Taking the number 5 spot is Zadra at Energylandia. And I think for a lot of people, this is probably their favorite RMC. And I don't blame them. The pacing on this ride is ridiculous. You slam into the brakes with so much speed. It's got what's probably the best stall on the planet. You can just see how drawn out this thing is. It is over 200 feet, so that first drop is just ridiculously tall. The only reason why I don't rank this maybe quite as high as I would otherwise is because I would not really call this an airtime coaster, which this is my list. I value airtime a lot, which is interesting because like Twisted Timbers has more airtime than this, but Twisted Timbers does not have
So one deviation from the deluxe is that the
this thing has.
horns of the figure supposed to wrap around the, supposed to go right into the notches there. You're not supposed to see it, but
that goes to
whatever. So that's God Papillon.
This is the last RMC Topper Track that we're going to talk about, and it is my favorite. First of all, it's located in a zoo, which is hilarious. With this ridiculously imposing structure, you look at how this was built into the rockwork, this iconic like panoramic turn it does before the first drop, into all these awesome elements, and like some of these others, you're probably noticing a pattern. The rides I rank a lot higher are the ones that just have some of the best pacing on the planet, and Wildfire flies through this course. The use of terrain is one of the reasons why I like this ride so much, and because it's located at a zoo, it almost never has a line, which means you can just ride this thing over and over and over again. You can't do that on some of these other rides. Like our number 3 coaster, Steel Vengeance at Cedar Point is phenomenal, but man, you have to wait a long time to ride this thing because it's so popular. The only reason I place it this high is because the ride experience is
I might just go back to the
with
sticker
5,740 feet of track, Steel Vengeance will leave you breathless because of of how many different elements are in this thing, and most of those are airtime hills. Now, it does get a little repetitive at times, but there's no dud moments. Even though it has a mid-course break run, you don't slow down. The second half is widely considered to be better than the first half. And look how huge some of these elements are. The first half is awesome. I think if you ask most people who've been to Cedar Point, they'll tell you this is one of their favorite roller coasters they've ever done. I don't blame anyone who has this as their number one, but it's only at the number 3 spot. In second place is Hakuge at Nagashima Spyland. Hakuge translates to the White Whale. This is a redo of an Intamin wooden roller coaster called White Cyclone, and it's one of RMC's largest projects. It stands 180 feet in the air, 3 inversions, also over 5,000 feet long. As sad as it is to say, I think if this ride were located in the US, people would talk about it a lot more. But it makes it one of the top reasons that as an enthusiast you want to visit Japan. If I had to use one word to describe Hakuge, it would be aggressive. The airtime on this thing will absolutely give you bruises. Now that is not unique to this ride. I think of rides like Zadra, Air Force One, and Storm Chaser that also do the same. But when you factor in unbelievable pacing, a great layout, and picturesque views, this is one of the most memorable roller coasters you can experience. Believe me, I hate that it is so far away, because if it were closer by, I would ride this thing so much more. It's the only RMC in Asia. I really went back and forth with this being my favorite RMC, but I decided to give it to Iron Gwazi at Busch Gardens. You know, this is only 1 foot taller than Steel Vengeance, 1 mile per hour faster than Steel Vengeance, 1 degree steeper than Steel Vengeance. But guess what? I don't care about any of those stats. This ride experience is unbelievable. What more can I say about this ride that I haven't already said about all of these other incredible roller coasters? You like pacing, airtime, big drops, wild inversions? Yeah, looking at you, Death Roll. This ride is for you. This roller coaster exceeded my expectations in every single way. It may not be as long as some of these others. I mean, granted, it's still over 4,000 feet long, so it is a long roller coaster. But when you're taking it with that much speed, it just flies through all these different elements. It's a coaster you'll want to do over and over and over again. So there you go, all 24 RMCs ranked. But like I said at the beginning, I'm not really confident in this list. It was like pulling teeth for me to order all these things. If you asked me in a month or two, I probably will have flipped a couple of these around. It really is depending on how I'm feeling. The thing is that so many of these roller coasters have identical or very similar moments. So what happens is we're literally just looking at the combination of elements. And depending on your personal preferences, you might have a totally different list. And that's fine. So many of these rides share similar qualities, but they're good qualities to have. RMC really has found their shtick. They know what works. And that's why we have as many out there as we do. The rides that the enthusiasts will love, and that the mass majority of people who go to these parks will also be able to enjoy. And that's what makes it great. It makes you want to collect them all. So let me know down in the comments below what your favorite RMC is. How do you order the ones that you've ridden? And of course, let me know what you thought of this ranking. Be sure to stay tuned for more here at Coaster Studios, and I'll see you next time.
I have to glue these stickers down, Jesus. Not sure if it's because I'm trying to sticker them over paint, or they just don't have a good rotation period. It's probably because I put paint on there first. Okay, there we have God Papillon and God Tento, the other God Tento. Well, I'm thinking about how we do the eyes on Tombo here. Tone Boy. Tone Boy. Ohger. Make sure I'm doing this right. It looks like I am. Okay, there we go. There's the alignment I'm looking for. Okay. Not a fan of his eyes. Not a fan at all. I don't really have any good color to match that. Well, actually, that's pretty close. Of course, it's not as close when I actually start to paint it. Way different hues here. I'll have to sit on that. That's tricky to get right, just in general. There we go. Alright, did I get a picture of Papillon? I did not. Alright, last box. Home stretch. I know it's been a long stream. I'm at what? 3.5 hours here. Shit. I apologize. On the home stretch. Just got Hachi left. Hachi and Gakumo. So I'll be right back. Just notes the combining instructions. Okay. Now then.
Oh, hi there. You may have heard about the drama surrounding the Internet Archive over the last few years. They're currently fighting a lawsuit that's been called an existential threat to all libraries, media preservation, and an affront to fair use, while its detractors believe the archive knowingly and blatantly violated copyright law en masse. So what's going on? Well, first we need to talk about the Internet Archive itself. Founded in 1996 by Brewster Kahle, an American computer engineer and entrepreneur, the Internet Archive is an organization advocating for a free, open internet by providing unlimited access to digitized materials through its website, archive.org, and its various sister sites. As of the making of this video, the archive holds a staggering 806 billion archived web pages, 9.8 million movies, 15 million audio files, 2.5 million TV shows, nearly a million software programs, 9.6 million images, 250,000 concerts, 1.7 million collections, and 38 million print materials. These print materials are at the heart of the issue, containing over 4 million books that the Internet Archive have personally scanned into ebooks, of which includes 1.4 million books that are currently protected under United States copyright law. Fans of the channel know the Internet Archive is an invaluable resource for media preservation, and its Wayback Machine that lets users view old websites has been used to research and recover countless pieces of lost media. But as you can probably guess, a site with so much free content available to anyone with an internet connection has proven very controversial, being blocked in India, China, temporarily blocked in Turkey, and accused of hosting terrorist materials. But they're currently facing what I believe is their biggest threat to date. Typically, the archive lends out ebooks through its open library at an own-to-loan ratio, meaning if the Internet Archive owns a physical copy of a book, they scan it to create an ebook and let one person at a time borrow it through their website. If they own 2 physical copies of the same book, they can lend out 2 at a time, and so on. If all copies were checked out, you could join a waitlist. They're applying the same basic principles that libraries use to lend physical books, with the added steps of making a digital copy, some extra protections like DRM, Digital Resource Management, that prevent borrowers from making copies of in-copyright works, and ensuring that the books are returned to the Internet Archive automatically after 14 days. These policies of own-to-loan ratio and DRM make up what's called CDL, Controlled Digital Lending. The IA has been using this system since 2011 to great success, with 70,000 daily borrowers. The practice of CDL has raised legal concerns, but had never been seriously challenged in court. That would change when, in response to the pandemic, the IA announced the National Emergency Library. To address our unprecedented global and immediate need for access to reading and research materials, as of today, March 24th, 2020, the Internet Archive will suspend waitlists for the 1.4 million and growing books in our lending library by creating a National Emergency Library to serve the nation's displaced learners. This suspension will run until June 30th, 2020, or the end of the U.S. national emergency, whichever is later. Oh, my sweet summer child. Basically what this meant is that the archive was offering unlimited copies of all of its books, even the ones that were still protected under copyright law due to the national emergency.
I can see where that would be a
The
problem.
NEL was met with near universal acclaim from the general public. Hundreds of libraries and universities saw it as necessary to streamline education in newly created online spaces. But it was abhorred by authors and their publishers. The Authors Guild explained, IA has no rights whatsoever to these books, much less to give them away indiscriminately without consent from the publisher or author. We are shocked that the Internet Archive would use the COVID-19 epidemic as an excuse to push copyright law further to the edges, and in doing so, harm authors, many of whom are already struggling. But even with the general public on the archive side, publishers had bipartisan support in Congress from Senator Tom Tillis and Tom Udall, and even members of the U.S. Copyright Office, all expressing concerns with the NEL. Senator Tom Tillis spoke on the subject. I'm concerned that the Internet Archive thinks that it, not Congress, gets to determine the scope of copyright law. And this all came to a head on June 16, 2020, when the Internet Archive was slapped with a lawsuit from 4 of the world's largest book publishers: HarperCollins, Penguin Random House, Hachette Book Group, and Wiley, claiming that the Internet Archive committed willful mass copyright infringement, citing 127 books that they lent out through their open library. The archive responded by ending the NEL, but continued their traditional lending practices. In late 2020, the archive launched the Empowering Libraries campaign, framing the case as an existential threat to all libraries. Now, maybe this is standard in legal documents, and I just haven't read enough of them, but in the publisher's complaint, Hachette Book Group Inc. versus Internet Archive, you can just feel the disdain pouring out of the pages. It's like the Internet Archive personally insulted their mother. And not only was this a vicious attack on the archive and its founder, Brewster Kahle, but it was incredibly well written. In the legal complaint, they took aim at the Internet Archive's non-profit status, noting $150 million in revenue, that they required user donations, upwards of $90, for the IA to scan books not in their library, their use of cheap overseas labor and volunteers to scan books, and lambasting the fact that when the archive did provide links to legally purchase copies of books, they led to Better World Books, a business owned by the IA's founder, Brewster Kahle. They even implied that when the archive does buy a legal copy of a book, they buy it through Better World Books as a means of profiting from unauthorized copies, stating, IA's book sponsorship scheme is breathtakingly brazen. In essence, IA tells users which copyrighted books it wants to infringe, then asks them to pay a donation far in excess of the list price of the book for IA to go out and buy a print copy from an undisclosed source, possibly Better World Books. Finally, IA uses the user's money to scan the book and put it online, where anyone can get a copy for free, completing the copyright infringement process without spending a single dollar of its own money. They call out the IA for trying to solve educational issues during COVID by depriving authors of sales they need to stay afloat, and at the same time referencing Section 110 of the Copyright Act, the TEACH Act, that accounts for teachers to make copyright exceptions during a health crisis without harming the publishing ecosystem. The document is full of these pointed attacks, but even more impressive is just how ruthless the subtext is. Woven throughout without explicitly saying any of it, the publisher's legal team implies that the Internet Archive is un-American by violating the spirit of copyright intended by the Founding Fathers, that the IA is harming the education system by not paying for authors' works, that they cause monetary loss to authors from marginalized groups, Nobel Prize winners, and beloved children's authors, again, without actually saying any of it. If you can't tell, I had a great time reading the complaint. I've always been biased in favor of the Internet Archive, but this document was just so well written and at times almost sassy. It would be hilarious if it didn't point to such unsettling consequences. There are 2 elements of the complaint in particular that could have devastating long-term effects for libraries and media preservation: the attack of controlled digital lending and an attack on the first sale doctrine when applied to digital media. Basically, the copyright rule that allows you to sell things secondhand, books, CDs, movies, etc. The plaintiffs wrote, IA defends its willful mass infringement by asserting an invented theory called controlled digital lending, the rules of which have been concocted from whole cloth and continue to get worse. For example, at first, under this theory, IA claimed to limit the number of scanned copies of a title available for free download at any one time to the number of print books of that title in its collection, though no provision under copyright law offers a colorable defense to the systematic copying and distribution of digital book files simply because the actor collected corresponding physical copies. Next in their crosshairs was the first sale doctrine. The publisher stated, it permits the owner of a copy to distribute the particular copy that has been lawfully acquired, for example, as in the secondary sale of a hardcover book or painting. But it provides no exemption from the copyright holder's exclusive right to produce a work. Faced with these inconvenient facts, IA has also advanced the illogical premise that its massive illegal copyright and distribution is format shifting, protected under the Fair Use Doctrine. But the rudimentary use of a scanner to format shift, print books into digital works for distribution to the public, does not constitute either a permitted personal use or a transformative use. The action squarely intrudes upon the exclusive rights under Section 17 USC 106, and no exception of any kind applies.
So, now that we've heard from the publishers, does the Internet Archive have any legal precedent to support their actions concerning the National Emergency Library or their practice of controlled digital lending? There are a few cases that might help us out. The first are the cases of Google Books and Hathi Trust. In these two separate suits, the courts upheld the right to digitize books, protecting Google's mass preservation effort to create a fully searchable text database. But the winning caveat in both cases was that the entire book isn't made freely available for all users, only allowing them to search for keywords and view small portions of the overall work. Another notable case that's come up in discussions is Capitol Records LLC versus Redigi Inc. Redigi was an online platform where users could resell digital copies of songs they had legally purchased from places like iTunes. They were sued by Capitol Records in 2012, and Redigi's defense was that they were protected under the first sale doctrine, that if you could sell a physical item secondhand, you could sell digital goods secondhand as well. Redigi would lose this case, with the court's ruling that though the seller's copy of the song was deleted upon being sold on Redigi, a new copy of the file was made in the sales process. And their reasoning for this was, in their own words, the dictionary defines reproduction to mean to produce again, or to cause existence again, or anew. Just to clarify this, Redigi lost the case based on an overly analytical definition of the word reproduced from just one of many dictionary definitions. These are my personal feelings on the matter, but it sounds to me like the judge didn't think what Redigi was doing should be legal, so they found a convoluted way to make it illegal. It's even a little bit paradoxical. The ruling almost implies that when a file is sent digitally, it's no longer the same file. It's been produced again, anew. But at the same time, it's similar enough for the rights holders to be able to sue over its existence. Regardless, the case essentially put to rest the idea of the first sale doctrine in the realm of digital media. In addition to these few cases, Kyle K. Courtney, a lawyer and copyright advisor for Harvard University, penned an article defending the IA, stating that fair use is flexible depending on circumstances, and bringing up the 4 factors of fair use related to copyrighted works. 1. The purpose and character of the use. 2. The nature of the copyrighted work. 3. How much of the copyrighted work was used. And 4. The effect of the use upon the potential market for the copyrighted work. Courtney believes that the NLE falls under the first tenet because it was for educational use, and the fourth tenet because there is no market for emergency use during a global crisis. So, after years of preparation, the first hearing was held on March 20th, 2023, and it did not last long. On March 24th, 2023, Judge Kodal ruled against the Internet Archive, saying that the National Emergency Library was not fair use and infringed on the copyright of the publishers. The judge stated, "In March 2020, the COVID-19 pandemic closed libraries nationwide, and by IA's estimation, took 650 million print books out of circulation, judging itself uniquely positioned to be able to address the problem quickly and efficiently." Citing the Redigi case, the judge ruled that although Section 109 entitles IA and its partner libraries to resell and lend their lawfully acquired print copies of the works in suit, unauthorized reproduction, which is at the heart of IA's online library, is not protected. The IA's nonprofit status didn't protect them either. Judge Kodal citing a case where a church was successfully sued for posting copyrighted materials to its website. Even though the church didn't gain monetarily, they gained clout by hosting the work and could gain more donations by doing so. The judge also tested the case against the previously mentioned tenets of fair use, heavily favoring the publishers in each category. And it seems that not only did the publisher's legal team do an excellent job, IA's defense seemed to have done a pretty poor job, citing legal precedents that had little to do with the matter at hand. The archive pointed to Doan versus American Book Company, but the judge said that century-old case merely held that the owner of a school book could reproduce new copies of the book's cover. The Internet Archive lawyers also cited the 1984 case where Sony was sued for manufacturing Betamax machines that allowed customers to record TV. Again, the judge didn't agree that it was related, and used the previously mentioned case of Google Books against them. Unlike Sony, which only sold the machines, IA scans a massive number of copies of books and makes them available to patrons, rather than purchasing ebook licenses from the publishers. Although IA has the right to lend print books it lawfully acquired, it does not have the right to scan those books and lend the digital copies en masse. To hold otherwise would be to ignore the teachings of the Court of Appeals in Google Books, that there would be a strong claim for copyright infringement if Google had distributed digitized copies of complete books. The judge continued to dismantle the Internet Archive's argument. IA's fair use defense rests on the notion that lawfully acquiring a copyrighted print book entitles the recipient to make an unauthorized copy and distribute it in place of the print book, so long as it does not simultaneously lend the print book. But no case or legal principle serves that notion. Every authority points the other direction. IA's defense of fair use with respect of the NEL therefore also fails. He continued by warning the archive against using the first sale doctrine in their appeal, citing that its use in digital media has already been decided in the case of Redigi, and that any broader scope of the first sale doctrine should be sought from Congress, not the courts. This is a devastating blow to the Internet Archive and their open library. But what does the verdict mean for the future of archive.org? As far as the Internet Archive goes, I do not believe they're going anywhere. I think they broke copyright law with the best intentions. And even though the publishers are asking the archive to pay for every single copyrighted book that they lent out through the NEL, along with paying the publishers' legal fees, there is precedent that the IA might not have to pay if they can prove that they genuinely believe that their actions were within the realm of fair use. And even if they are forced to pay millions in damages, the lawsuit demonstrated that the IA has plenty of money, and it likely won't be closing its doors due to this lawsuit. But what worries me is the precedent this case sets for digital lending as a whole, giving more power to publishers to levy against libraries, and possibly sue others for loaning out ebooks. All in all, this is very unsettling, and shows the cracks in the American legal system. The justification for Capitol Records versus Redigi is based on an absurd reading of laws that could not have accounted for future technology, and at times it's even contradictory. This flawed ruling is now being used to make controlled digital lending unlawful, which will likely be used to support additional regulations limiting libraries, preservation, and the scope of future technologies. The Internet Archive has appealed the decision, saying the ruling holds back access to information in the digital age, harming all readers everywhere. Thank you so much for watching. This is a much different video than I usually make, but I felt it was an important topic to cover considering the potential impact it could have on media preservation. If you have suggestions for future videos, let me know in the comments. And a huge shout out to my top tier Patreon supporters. Augusta Honeycrisp, MD the Dude, Vinny Cataldo, Miss Dana, and Can You Say Rogo Mafleur. Thank you so much. This is Mike with All Things Lost. See you soon.
That one I can do. It's all silver. Okay, to do the other eye again, but that is Godhachi done. The B goes biz. And you can bring this down to attack position, aka foot position. And real quick, let's build the other god Kumo. Four and five. One, two, three. A little heavy on that stripe there, but hey. Alright, that's got Kumo done. Got Hachi, got Kumo, we're done, done. Alright, photograph and then I'll bring them all together for you. Side. Put my tools away and make some room for what I'm about to do, which is to assemble this bitch. Alrighty. So here we have our Shugods. God Kuwagata, God Kamakiri, God Tonbo, God Hachi, God Papillon, God Tento, times 2, God Kumo, times 2, and God Ant. Let's bring them together. Straighten out the arms. Uncover the hands. Bring this piece down. Rotate the whole thing up. Then rotate the arms down. Spread the legs and the wings on the back. Tombo, just separate the front and the rear, like so. Kamakiri, bring the whole thing down like that. Foot forward, legs back. Hachi, same thing basically. I'm going to loosen that up. Didn't actually attach to anything, so it just sits there. Not truly stable, is it? Alright, and then Papillon will bring this together first. Kamakiri. That's tight. Hachi. Tombo. Snaps on in there. Kumo. Tento. Papillon. We'll form the head. Dock right there. Then take off. That's backwards. Is it backwards? All right, so like do that. That's right. That's right. That's right. Okay. Like that. Hold the horns up. And I got Kumo goes right there. And then we form the sword. It just goes in there like that. And there we have King Ohger. I dig it. It's a really cool combination. Double knees. We've got ankle joints in there. A good touch. Big ol' wing backpack. Hips. The lower spider forms a hip skirt, so you can do that number. You can swap out the hands. Yeah, lots we can do with this guy. Real good set there. Okay, and just for size comparison, here is, she's back in a neutral pose there. Look at a picture of you actually. Alright, it's next to Dawn Oni Taijin from last year. About the same size, which is what you expect from Minipla. The legs should be cross-compatible, are they not? Although since the leg is lower, they are not. Okay. The thought. Thinking about the black Rangers of each series, last year, Dawn Brothers' black Inu brother was the sanest Ranger. This year, King Ohger, Hachi Ohger is the most insane ranger. So it's just funny how that goes. Alright, we get some pictures here, and then I will call it a night. Alright, so that is the Minipla Shugod Gattai Series 01 King Ohger from Osama Sentai King Ohger. The next release in the Minipla line is Shugod Legend Shugod Series due out in June. I do not have an order for it yet. I was sitting on the fence for it. I probably had to put an order in. The third wave has just gone out for pre-order at Two Collectibles. Nowhere else has it listed yet. It is. I assume it will contain God Kumonos, or God Spider, whatever it's called, the Spider Tank, Spider Kumonos' Zord, and possibly one or two other one of the other things, because let's see what we have. Team. The snail and the pillbug have appeared like one time each in the show pretty early on, before even the team had fully assembled. They're out there. We know they're part of the final combination. If they're not in the next set, then they'll probably appear in Wave 4. Just a series of assorted miscellaneous Shugods, and then Wave 5 will be the mecha, the castle mecha. That's my predictions. So next week, probably gonna be because I still have X Emperor to build, and I've got some stuff from. Well, I've got a lot of Lupin versus Patch stuff to build, and I got the Phoenix, Hello Voyager, whatever that robot set is, from Q Ranger. So I've got that to build, and then I got basically all the rest of the Lupin versus Pat Ranger stuff to build. So we shall see what I have to build. Until then, I shall see you all around. Have a great night. Thank you for coming out. Goodbye.